Let me be the change I want to see. To do with strength and wisdom all that needs to be done, and become the hope that I can be. Set me free from my fears and hesitations. Grant me courage.
Hello, ayun oh, pumitik. Hello, hello. One, check. Hey, check, mic. Hello. Hello, check. Check, mic, one. Hello, hello. Check, hello, hello. Check, mic. One. Hello, check. One, two. Check, hello.
Meron na.
Meron?
Meron na.
Naka-disable eh.
Kaya wala. Ngayon okay na. Salita ka, sir, let.
Hey, one, check. Hello, hello.
Okay na. Okay na. Ayun na, meron na, sir.
Okay na, sir.
Meron na.
Check, hello. Hello. Hey, one, check.
Okay na.
Okay na, sir. Hello, one, check. One, two.
Okay na. Meron na live time. Ito. Ayan. Oh. Check, sound check. Sound check. One, sound. Check, sound check. Yung malinaw na. Okay. Sir, huwag ko na galawin dyan.
Hindi na, magdadagdag lang ako sa kabila.
Oo, tapos dito na ako mag-mute ng mic. Oo. Hindi daw. Ay, nako. Stop crying!
Take it away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave
do anything. The scent of skin is strong enough. Huddle a little bit closer, babe. Let's see if I can warm you up. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Just wait. Let me drive you crazy, my cuddle baby. Wanna stay? Let's get stupid lazy, my cuddle baby. Don't stop, this is my favorite part. Hold me like it's out of style. Imagination is running wild. Eternity is in your smile. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Huddle, babe, snuggle, baby. Just wait. Let me drive you crazy, my color baby. Wanna stay? Let's get stupid lazy, my cuddle baby. Just wait, let me drive you crazy, my cuddle baby. Wanna stay? Let's get super lazy, my cuddle baby.
If you ever feel alone, 'cause yeah, sometimes we'll feel alone. In a second, I'll be right there. Turn around, let it rain. Turn around and let it rain on me. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. Jump into that car tonight. I'm not leaving without a fight. Now you're always on my mind. Turn around, hold me tight. Turn around and we will be alright. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end.
Stayed up till the morning, talking till the first light of dawn. Just like that, without no warning, it hit me so hard. Oh, I'm so sorry, girl, I didn't mean to. I done messed it up again. Yeah, I'm sorry if I crossed the line. What am I supposed to do right now? Baby, I'm falling for you. What I would do for you to love me too. No, I can't hide it no more. What I would do for you to love me too. I try to tell what you were thinking, what you might feel for me.
Relax and ayun, gather your energy as we cheer for every speaker, you know? Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry, girl, I didn't mean to. I done messed it up again. Yeah, I'm sorry if I crossed the line. What am I supposed to do right now? Baby, I'm falling for you. What I would do for you to love me too.
just like when we first met. Oh, I don't care, it's getting too late. I want you and I can't wait. Don't wanna spend a minute without you. I know you feel the same. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love, I can't fake it. When I'm with you, my legs go weak. Hey, can you hear it? I think my heart just skipped a beat. Yeah. This feeling is getting so strong. Love me till the morning, love me all night long. There's something special about you. You're the one that I want. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, babe. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. All of your love.
Triple A, credits alright. Hang up the phone and let your heart break. Only in LA, 24 twice. She's on the phone, but she's staying on Wilshire Boulevard. Old dreams dying hard. He wants you to return this love. Breathing in the dark, weightless, working hard. He wants you to return his love. Now he's beating diamonds on you, but that ain't enough to turn the page. He's kneeling, wants to feel known, but he's not the one who pulls away. That ain't enough to turn the page. Leash is off, suit is on point. Won't cause a scene or stir up no clash. On second thought, Venice.
Good morning, everyone, here with us and online and in person. I am Martha, your host for today, and on behalf of the organizers, we warmly welcome you all to Toontalk 2025. Okay, so today we will hear from the creators of the top 10 capstone films for this term as they take us behind the scenes of their journeys, sharing their inspirations, struggles, breakthroughs, and the stories that brought them and their films to life. So before we begin, may we request everyone to please rise for the opening of our program, for the opening prayer of our program, followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Let me be the change I want to see. To do with strength and wisdom all that needs to be done, and become the hope that I can be. Set me free from my fears and hesitations. Grant me courage and humility. Give me the spirit to face the challenge and start the change I long to see. Today I start the change I want to see. Even if I'm not the light, I can be the spark in faith, service and communion. Let us start the change we want to see, the change that begins in me. Today I start the change I want to see. Even if I'm not the light, I can be the spark in faith, service and communion. Let us start the change we want to see, the change that begins in me. Live Jesus in our hearts forever.
for today's event. So to officially open Toontalk 2025, we are honored to be joined by someone who has guided our students throughout their capstone journey. He is our thesis coordinator and a valued member of the faculty of the Benilde Animation Program. Please join us in giving a warm round of applause as we welcome Sir Yolik Homisilio for the opening remarks.
Hi, hello. So, congratulations to the top 10 peeps. Your hard work, dinala kayo dyan sa inyong posisyon ngayon. All the films actually were really great and nahirapan yung program to choose yung top 10 natin. Pero there is something with your films that spoke to the teachers. Kaya napili sila for the top 10. So round of applause muna sa ating top 10. Congrats. We are very proud of you and we are proud of everyone for being excellent and always excelling in your work, in your studies. Pero sometimes kasi because of that excellence, we forget some things that is important. So yun yung gusto kong i-remind everyone. First is being kind to everyone you meet, being kind to people you work with, and being balanced and well-adjusted. So, mahalaga yun. So, once pagka-graduate nyo, syempre after OJT, may OJT pa kayo next term, pero pagka-graduate nyo, always remember that excellence is just half of what you need when you work. Kailangan nyo makisama, kailangan nyo maging mabuting tao. And for us to tell great stories, we need to be kind to the people around us. So, yun. So, it's always IQ and EQ. Dalawa yun na kailangan yung laging iniintindi. It's not always excellence. It's also being kind to the people around you. Yun. So, congratulations again and maraming salamat sa mga pelikula nyo na pinahabag ang aming mga puso. At we are going to shed those tears again habang panoorin natin ang mga pelikula nila. So, yun lang. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Yo. And I really like opening remarks. As said, ayan, excellence is it's only half of what needs. It's kindness talaga. It's what takes you talaga long. So, again, thank you so much, Sir Yo. And again, let's have a round of applause for Sir Yo. So we're finally at the highlight of the event. As we move on into the main segment of Toontalk, each of our featured speakers will take us through their journeys in 3 parts. So first, we will be watching the screening of their capstone film. This will be followed by the short presentation by the creators themselves, and then they will share their journey and stories. Afterwards, we will have a brief question and answer portion to allow the audience to engage with the creator. But before we proceed, may we remind everyone that the audience here with us in person is kindly requested to remain inside the venue during the film screenings. And then you are free to step outside, should you step outside, only after each film screening has concluded. So this is to avoid interruptions and to give respect to the filmmakers and their work. So is that all clear? Yes? All right. So are you guys ready? I don't think you guys are ready. Are you guys ready? Ayan! Well then, let's keep that energy up as we begin to talk with our first capstone film, earning the top 10 in the ranks. Top 10, Farrell by Francis May Castillo.
Mommy? Daddy? No. No.
getting that? Well...
Does this count?
Sure, you can have it. But that's specially made for the festival, so you gotta pay me more than just this.
I lost my mom.
And you lose that lantern.
I really, really want that lantern. Please help me find my mom.
Alright then, we'll find your mom. But you better promise me you're giving me those in return.
Really? Thank you, thank you.
Whoa! Slow down!
I'm no good at counting. You hide like you were never there. It's just a game we're playing, but it never does seem fair. Just like stars, you hide away.
Whoa!
I
Whoa!
wish that you would stay.
We're running in circles and I can't find his... Kid, were you sure your mom was waiting for you?
She told me to buy a lantern for the festival so we can lift it up together. That's why she waited outside, so I can choose my lantern. For her.
But all on your own? It's not right for her to do that.
But I know my mom is looking.
Well then, explain to me, what are we doing? Answer me! Now I get it. Your mom left you, didn't she?
That's not true. That's not true. She loves me. That's why she bought it for me.
So she could leave you? Have you been listening to yourself? She left you in the middle of nowhere, so you'll never find her! I'm leaving.
No, wait! Don't go! Please don't go! Mommy! Daddy!
Like a bird, like the stories I've heard. I watched it fly, floating away. Who has wings like a bird? Hope has wings, angel wings. It lives in the stars. Here I am,
Kid! Kid! I'm sorry on how I acted earlier. I don't know any better. Let's find your mom. Could that? so sorry I can't find your mom. You wanted to lift that lantern so bad with her, but now you're all alone. Just like how I was.
It's okay. Because I found you, and you found me.
It must be nice there in the clouds, hiding away home the ground. Angels can fly and stars can cry. Fish can swim in the sun. Maybe one day
I hope you guys didn't like cry that much on the film. Did you guys like shed a tear? Oh man. That was my film, Farol, my final capstone project. But before anything else, I would like to introduce myself. Next slide, please. So, hello, my name is May. I am an artist specializing in 2D character animation. And so these are like my works other than the short film. Next slide, please. So growing up, I enjoyed Lilo and Stitch. Do you guys know Lilo and Stitch? Of course, you guys know. Next slide, please. Growing up, I enjoyed Lilo and Stitch, and the story follows Stitch, a rogue alien who riot the alien race and seek revenge and chaos. And he was adopted by Lilo and Lonnie. Next slide, please. To their dismay, there were arguments between Lilo and Stitch that both of them hated each other. Stitch realized that Lilo felt the same experience with the bicker between like Lilo and Stitch. Next slide, please. And that realized that Stitch felt like alone and lost with like the scene of Lilo opening the book of like the ugly duckling, and then like the duckling said, "I'm lost," and then he also responded, "I'm lost, help." And next slide, please. But with all of that trials and tribulation, the three of them reconciled, even though Stitch came from a different background, and Lilo and Lonnie like bickered a lot because like they also had like
issues between not only like their past but also to their dynamic, but they ended up reconciled. And next slide, please. So I wanted to address that that story from Lilo and Stitch. So how might we help children who experience ACEs, abandonment or neglect, have a sense of belonging in times of need? So seeing like those media grew up, it is like I love to make a film that is similar to those two stories about relationship, family, and brotherhood. And it's also a problem within society, within our families being torn apart in different ways. So Lilo and Stitch, though they are fictional characters, they experience the same way as other kids in real life too. So next slide, please. And Stitch actually wrapped up in a very short and simple answer. Next slide, please. This is my family. I found it all on my own. It's little and broken, but it's still good. It's the Ohana that he learned throughout the entire film, and this is what I want to push for the short film that I want, which the quote that Stitch said towards Lilo and Lani. Next slide, please. So I took Lilo and Stitch as like pegs for inspiration, but not only that, I also took inspiration from other series such as Klonoa Door to Phantomwell at the one at the left and The Tale of Princess Kaguya at the right, for the overall storyline, nuances, and the emotion of the film. Next slide, please. I thought of the idea of being the skies and seas being swapped, where the constellation live on land and the fishes live on sky. I also want to distinctively have a difference between the past and present, but also cater to a painterly look, like a storybook. Next slide, please. And with that being said, the people who are in the skies are in the land. So we have like characters like Ursa and Lynx, who are actually constellations on the sky, and they're the titular characters of my film. So yeah, next slide, please. And the overall aesthetic of the film is basically like European or like Asian European kind of culture, but it's also like nuanced. So I took like liberties from that. Next slide, please. And with that, I actually enjoyed making the process of it from start to finish, even though it was actually kind of difficult without with all the things that I've experienced. Next slide, please. So this is the thing with the painterly look from the past and the present. So I make it distinct. Next slide, please. And the final quote that Ursa said, I wanted to also pinpoint like the same exact short and simple and sweet quote that Stitch does. So I instilled that to Ursa with the "It's okay because I found you and you found me," which is the whole premise of my film. And with all of that, next slide, please. What happened to my production journey? So I really wanted to explain through all this in a tier list. Next slide, please. I really want to explain this in a tier list of how stressful I am from the green light work, no reaction, to the red make it stop. So firstly, Anti-Proj. Next slide, please. So Anti-Proj, it was a manageable subject for me. The research was easy since the topic was researched well over the years, and interviewing multiple people, even within the Philippines, was also manageable since I asked a lot of friends from other friends if like they are willing to take an interview. So actually, shout out to the interviews. It wouldn't be possible like without you guys. So thank you guys. Next slide, please. And story. So there were a lot of revisions with the story. Initially, it was supposed to be a no dialogue film, and my professor Serdes, he mentioned that like it's not possible to do it. So like make it a dialogue, so it is like short and also direct and impactful. And there were also a lot of revisions with the dynamic of Ursa and Lynx. Initially, Ursa was supposed to be the nihilistic character, but then it was decided it was supposed to be Lynx. Next slide, please. And Annie Prep. Oh man. I was still fleshing out the story at that time, and then I was also working on the production Bible, so it was like pretty hard to like juggle between like two of those like problems. And also with the defense, it solidifies like the problems that I actually thought in my head. And yeah, I was kind of stressed about it. Next slide, please. So Antiprod 1, oh man, I want to pull an all-nighter in this like subject, and I thought of the greatest idea to like animate it really smoothly as much as I can. Guys, it's not a great idea to do that. Do that on your money shots, please. Thank you. And also, I work really slow at that time because I was actually like thinking if like whether I should like make a new idea or something, or like maybe I should not, or so like I was really stressed out. I was still like fixing the story and the overall aesthetic of the film. Next slide, please. So that's why I took a break from thesis, just one term. So I had time to focus on the problems, which is the story and the overall pipeline of like my work. So, and like I also asked help from other professors and fellow like colleagues of mine here, if these like solutions work for my film. Next slide, please. And that made Aniprod very manageable. So I managed to finish the animation on time with the help of like my friends who helped me work on the DIPs, digital inking and paint. And I also like consulted very closely with Sir Chino. And next slide, please. And yeah, I thought it would be like easy walk in the park after that. Turns out it's not. I had to do countless trial and error of the aesthetic of the film because the film was created in Clip Studio Paint, so it was really hard for me to like make it painterly since it was a flat image to begin with. So me and Miss Danny did a lot of like trial and error how to make this work. But with all of that, it turned out to be a decent film in the end. So I'm pretty happy with the output of it. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give an advice to fellow future students who's gonna take thesis. So number one, please discuss with your profs. They have a lot of experience. I got really humbled like throughout the film, the process. Without them, I would have been so lost like working with the film. And number two, if you want to add an idea, finish the backlogs first and then add the idea if you guys have time. So if you have that like cool idea that you want to add to your story, put that in like put that aside first because it will actually topple over with a lot of like your backlogs. And number three, your thesis may be your first priority, but also take care of yourself, guys. We're all human here. Like we're not like robots. It's actually obvious. And number four, be smart with your choices. Your time is your enemy. So always make the right choices and smart choices when creating your thesis film because you're like clutching with the deadlines and it's like if you think this will be a smart choice throughout your whole film, then take it. And next slide, please. All in all, the thesis was a very big beast on its own and a challenge I risked and I took. But overall, the whole journey was a lesson that I learned. But through all that, I managed to make my first ever film. Woo! I made my first ever film! Guys, let's go! And I'm really thankful to have that opportunity, and I would love to do more of it soon. And I want to shout out to like everyone who's in the screen. My parents are here at like the back right there. Say hi to my parents. Woo! And I also want to thank your window. They're also here at the screen too. Guys, let's go! Woo! And I hope the film also gives a sense of belonging and these characters that are finding a home, a family, and someone to lift up to. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so Hello, yeah, okay. So thank you so much, May, for the wonderful talk. And sige, upahan mo na ako ikulan nito. I, no, wait, okay. So, since we are now, the speaker is done presenting. If anyone has any questions here or online, please do ask. Pero habang may nagde-decide pa, I would like to ask first, what is your window?
Your window is a friend group. Yeah, I'm so sorry I didn't like clarify it. Yeah, it's a friend group.
I see. Okay, so does anyone have any other questions? Because I have. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh my God. What did I say? You can do it without dialogue.
Yes.
Did I? Okay. To clarify that, it's usually longer. The film would have been longer
Yes.
if you did not use dialogue because you will need more scenes to have exposition and have a little more backstory. And a lot of times dialogue, when well written and well placed, it helps compress events and exposition. And it did work very well for you. In fact, you even cut off a few scenes where there was this experience with another shop, and it turned out very well. And I'm very, very happy to hear that you want to make more.
Thank you, sir.
Because as difficult as making a film is, you seem to be raring to go to make more, and I'm very, very happy to hear that. That's what I want for everyone. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So does anyone have any other questions? Congratulatory messages. Yes, let's keep this. Let's take advantage of this time to give our. Alright.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, go.
Okay, it's your question. It's not a question.
Oh.
Nice film.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
It's also not a question. It's a really nice film.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I, for one, really have my own question.
Oh, okay.
No. Trick question though. Nice film. I really love your backgrounds, by the way. It's really
Oh,
good.
yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for assisting my backgrounds.
No problem, dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a question.
Oh, okay.
Would you like some flowers? Because your film is so good.
Oh,
Congratulations,
okay.
man.
Thank you very much.
Get the flowers!
Woo! Thank you.
Congratulations, you're my goat.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have. Is this a question or comment? Okay.
It's a genuine question. Hello?
Hello?
You mentioned that you were ready to make your next film.
Yes.
So, when are we making our next film?
Ooh, I don't know. We'll see when like time provides. You know? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nice film.
Nice film, but another film. I know that you don't exactly have the time yet, but I'm curious. Like, what is the concept for your next film?
Oh, it's on the wrap, so I can't say anything. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm so hard not to say nice film. Nice film. Nice film. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Hi, Mimi.
Hello.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. So I would like to extend my gratitude for everything. So sorry, guys. Just a parents so are proud.
Thank you, Mommy.
So we are from Usami City. So nandito lang kami to watch for the film viewing. So I'm very, very proud. So go higher. Reach your dream. Ano, kaya mo yan.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mommy.
Ever since she's a child, because it's her dream. So as parent is to support, and we all give glory to the Lord for all the financial support and everything. Thank you, Langga. You made it well.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. Love you, Mommy.
So thank you so much. I will be ending the hour. I don't even know what to call this as Q&A. Pero ayan, picture pala. Oh. Ay, sa YouTube. Oh, there's a comment in YouTube. Okay. We have ano pala, feedback from live. Wait, let's see.
Ayan. So, wala namang question. They're all, this is peak cinema. I cried, she cried, we both cried. Both from CPCH01. I'm not sure.
We all cried. Yes, we all cried.
And also CU Molly, 5503. Thank you, May, for the beautiful film.
Oh, thank you very much.
Ayun, natutuwa sila if you see here. Yeah, nakagaya, grabe. OMG, ha 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 ha. Okay, so I believe we can end now our Q&A session. Do you have any last messages or anything you want to impart to our audience?
Guys, last message, never stop creating something good. So it's really like important to instill that. So I expect like everyone else's like my friend group, good films next term. So guys, keep it up. You got this fight better.
Thank you so much, May. Congrats again. You may now take your seat. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to May. So now that we're done with our first top 10, actually we do have two top 10s. We have a tie. And of course, I am honored to present our second, or I don't know, the next top 10. I welcome The Me in You by Pauline and De Leon.
A place where someone could belong, freely express themselves. A colorful world full of warm and cool hues. A place where you can be someone else, but still true to yourself. This is my story.
Hey, the event is starting soon, Lottie. Don't be late, okay? Farah out.
Hey, over here!
Hey, Lottie! I'm so glad you made it here today. Wendy and I are waiting for this.
And we're finally complete! Yay!
Yeah, I'm sorry for missing out on the past events. I'm glad to be here with the two of you today.
Oh, Lottie. Oh, looks like the event is starting.
Who's there? Hello?
Welcome, IT citizens, to the annual Film Splash event! And, without further ado, here comes the first challenge! Draw your art persona!
Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay, Lottie. Let's do this. Wait, this is a bit off. No. No, not like this. This is hard. No, I'm doing great. I guess I'll submit this one. I think I'm good for the next day.
So many attempts. Do you really think you can do this? You should just quit. This was a mistake. Don't even bother trying, because you don't belong here.
Huh? Huh? Did anyone see that?
Job well done on getting to the next stage! This time, you have to draw your friend's personas!
Oh, okay.
To advance to the next stage with your friends.
Lottie! Wow! You look so
Agreed,
cute!
and we finally get to see your Artona.
It's super pretty! Tell us something about it!
It's...
Weird. What makes you think you're worth something? You're not a girl. I
mean, it's nothing special.
Oh, come on, Lottie. It looks great on you.
And I love the theme you went for. It reminded me of a magical girl.
It's totally your thing, and it looks so great on you.
Do you really think they mean that? No matter how hard you try, you can't be on their level.
I don't believe in what you say. I'll believe in my friends.
Hey, Lottie!
Come on, let's get started.
You will be faced with the reality soon.
I'm doing my best right now, but I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. feel this way. No, no, this doesn't look right. No, your soul's... Huh? Oh, you're doing really great. Meanwhile, I...
See? I told you so. Just quit. Why do you still linger in this place? You're a fake, and you don't deserve to be here.
Maybe you're right. I'm nothing. What is that? No, no, stay away. No, 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 stay away. This is a dead end. No. Please, help. Somebody. Meteors? That's... It looks like... No, this is not the end! Where am I? What is this place? Huh?
We're not liked by them.
I know it's frustrating to worry about that, but it really doesn't matter. What's important is what we choose for ourselves. It can be scary, as we're a bit different from other people, but we don't have to be afraid. If this is our identity, our true selves, then no one has any power to take that away. No one. Not even myself. My own fear. After I woke up from what seemed to be a nightmare and a pleasant dream, Blaze and Hayes found me in the dumps. I got to be honest for the first time. Words can't express how I'm grateful to have supportive friends. In the next sauna splash, I got to do it all over again. This time with a little more courage and a push on the back. By looking back, I finally remember the reason for it all. It's that little boy inside of me that wanted to be just like the magical girls he has seen and drawn countless times. This was the answer all along. Starry. Starry is, well, my dream, my art persona. And this is the me in you.
And next slide, please. All right, so to introduce myself, hello, I'm Pauline Ann De Leon, and I'm someone who likes to share a piece or sometimes even bigger parts of myself in my artworks. And obviously, purple is my favorite color. So a little off-team muna tayo because I want to introduce myself, like, who am I as an artist, bakit purple yung get-up ko ngayon. And that. So next slide, please. Yeah, so these are my artworks. I am very versatile with my art style, especially in illustrations, and they bring out the best in me as an artist. And saturated pieces are my favorite works to do, and they are what I love to do the most as they best describe me and my passion for art. And next slide, please. And I'm also very much into concept art, doing character designs and such. Next slide, please. And what I'm recently in love with is doing backgrounds. The classrooms that you see over there are actually a part of my org, Animotion's very own produced film, Chasing Me, which is still ongoing. And I've worked there as a lead background designer and a producer at the moment. So yeah, those are my works. So next slide, please. Oh no, yung title natakpan. Pero yeah, next is topic. So next slide, please. So art persona. So can I see if anyone knows what art personas are? Like a show of hands, please. Yeah. Okay. I see a lot of people showing their hands. Yeah. So art personas. So they are mainly everywhere in the online art community. There are like fursonas, spidersonas, artsonas from a different piece of media, and etc. And I've always found it fascinating that we artists have an alias, a name or in another community, or an identity that we latch ourselves to. But to put it in simpler terms, next slide please. So to put it in simpler terms, the art persona is an artist's representation of themselves online. Next slide, please. And as I've dig deep with my interviewees and related articles and studies about my topic, I have pieced together 3 similarities. So some may face confusion in regards to their own art persona and others' perception of it or themselves. Some have some sort of attachment to it, but most experience a disconnect in terms of how their art persona is representing themselves. Thus, with all of these, they create issues with one's self-esteem and their artistic identity in the online art community, and I aim to bridge that gap. So next slide. And by exploring their significance, it can help artists discover the value of their self-expression and artistic identity. Next slide, please. And with that, my how might we encourage artists to discover their artistic identity through an art persona? Next slide, please. And for my target audience, they are college students aged 18 to 25 of any gender and social background. So these people are the ones that are mainly tambay sa online art community like Twitter, Tumblr, and etc. Next slide, please. And these 3 are my main themes for my film, as I wanted to highlight and put yung importance nila because they are fundamental to an artist's life. So self-expression, that's very much a given. I'm expressing myself right now. And courage, and friendship, and community. So next slide, please. And with my film, I want to impart the following message. So the art persona bridges an artist's creativity to their self-expression. And as this bridges their self-expression, it allows them to discover or further explore their own artistic identity. And as a lasting message, I wanted to tell the world that by learning to love who you really are is the way to defeat the enemy. So fears and doubts, ultimately, these are ourselves. So next slide. Now we will be going to the design overview. Next slide, please. So when brainstorming for my film, I asked myself these questions. What if the online art community was a real place? So what would it look and feel like? And thus the concept of the art society was born. Next slide, please. So moving on, my art style choices lean towards into something cute and easily recognizable. So I wanted to emphasize having big eyes as for the art style and chibi proportions. And as you can see here, there are a few media that I would like to highlight because they are my main inspirations. So one is yung Smile Pretty Cure. That's it. That belongs to like one of the biggest magical girl franchise sa anime. And Hanabushi, the animator siya from Zutomayo's music video, if you know Zutomayo, the band. Yeah. The next slide, please. And for the look and feel, I envisioned a world that is reflective of the supportive nature of the art community. That's why very bright and rainbows and colors and eye candy siya. And I made my main inspirations so for these three, so which are Pretty Rhythm, Precure, and Dance with the Seashells. And as I've said earlier, as an artist, saturated art pieces truly draw me in. So that's what feels home to me. So ayun yung look and feel na that I went for. So next slide, please. Okay. So hold on. Where are my notes? And so these are the early works for the setting, the Art Society. So at first, I used my sketchbook to create the idea first, and that is where I actually went. I went overboard because nag-world building ako, and then I totally forgot about my story. But it was fun. But because of world building, I was able to fully envision yung look nga and yung colors ng film ko. So these are the early works, and some of them are like scrapped backgrounds from Aniprep. So next slide, please. And then for the visuals, in the first half, there are strong blue hues for stability, confidence, and purpose. And yun yung pinaka-main, syempre main color siya ng character. So I really wanted to emphasize na yun yung goal and purpose. And then murky green and turquoise when fear causes overthinking. And then for the second half of my film, red and orange for danger and when Lottie is near to getting consumed by her own fear. And then essentially, bumalik siya sa blue, yung looks. So, yeah, those are the visuals for my film. Next slide, please. And additionally, here are the scenes that where red is mostly used in the climax. So these are my favorite parts of the film. So next slide, please. Next slide. And then for the characters, we have Lottie and Starry. So I believe there's a Lottie inside of us, as she's often an overthinker and keeps a lot to herself. And then Starry is the realized version of herself, the art that she wants to embody. Mainly, this is her inspiration and motivation in embracing who she really is. And her main motive is obviously a star. So next slide. And these are some of the early concept sketches of Lottie and Starry. Next slide, please. And then, sumunod yung early official drafts niya, yung Magical Girl, and some of the early designs. So, bakit Magical Girl yung art persona niya? Well, I guess it was shown already in the film, pero I wanted to emphasize na trans si Lottie, and I really do feel, and as someone that is gender fluid and as someone who's under yung umbrella na yun, that part is very important for me. And so since si Lottie is someone that like magical girls when she was young, I wanted to bring that out, or bring out yung pinaka main inspiration. So next slide, please. And as there is a lot in all of us, there is also a fear in all of us. So ito yung physical manifestation of Lottie's inner struggles, which poses as the obstacle and threat to yung goals niya. Next slide, please. And so here are the early concept sketches. Next slide. And ayun yung pinaka-final form niya. So one is when Lottie is admitting yung sinasabi ni Fear sa kanya. And the next form is when she realizes that it's just truly herself. So, Next slide, please. And these are her supporting characters. Next slide. And Freebie, which is yung small blob na Art Society's guardian. So next slide, please. So yung pinaka-rule ko for my character design was to set them apart because I know all of us as an artist have our very own branding. So, yan. So next slide, please. And next slide. So ayun, for the production challenges, one, it was achieving a fantasy look. It was impossible, feel ko impossible siya at the start as everything looked plain. However, again, when I used After Effects, it made my vision for this film come to life and success. Next is layout and layering. They were my enemies that I learned to deal with as production progressed. And for the next one, complicated designs. The initial designs were complicated for animation. And so after ng AniPrep, I immediately revised them to which made it made more yung animation process ko more easier. And next is equipment limitations. So I have a laptop which is like up to date naman and modern. However, super potato laptop siya, so palagi siya nagka-crash sa After Effects. We all know that struggle. Yeah. But still, I had fun naman. We have our labs naman sa Binil. Next is yung perfectionism ko. And Sir Dennis, my AniPrep and Animate professor knows this. And ayun, I went a lot out of my way to revise a lot of things and with the story. But I just want to say that in the end, proud na ako sa ginawa ko and I was able to convey yung story ni Lottie. And next is yung burnout. I repeated Anprod 2. And for this one naman, it was really difficult early this year to continue yung first prod 2 ko. But when I took my time, I was able to finally pass prod 2 and then ngayon Anipose and Animan. And yeah, you can see there, I also had crash outs and fatigue. And fatigue because as someone na nagko-commute from Rizal to Taft, yes. So next slide, please. So for the things that I have learned, one, it will always be hard and it will always be scary, and I always have to remind myself this. But next is, it's okay to be afraid. The important thing is taking one small step forward. Number 3 is things don't have to be perfect all the time. And I'm still trying to learn this. But I think, yeah, things don't have to be perfect all the time. I just have to be satisfied with what I did. Because alam ko naman, I did my best and my hard work. And next is, I actually really love doing backgrounds. And I look forward to do more of that in my career. And I love After Effects. Though, ang hirap ng compositing because lagi nagka-crash, I loved yung process of it and putting a lot of effects. So, bonus, musicals help me focus. Shout out to Epic, Hamilton, Heathers, Wicked. They really help me focus a lot. So, yeah. Next slide, please. And then for advice, my advice to future thesis students is to know your shortcuts as to save time and work on a faster pace. And always test and experiment because having fun and experimenting with a project boosts your creativity and allows you to go beyond your creative visions. So next is your younger self is your biggest fan. Whether you think you failed to achieve something, whether you think no one appreciates your work, just know that your younger self is probably shocked right now with the things that you can do. And lastly, of course, is to believe in yourself. And I actually really didn't expect na nandito ako, but since I believe in my film, I believe in my story, I guess I'm here now. Yay! Woo! Okay, next slide. Conclusion. So, art personas are a part of our artistic identities and should not be tossed aside and thought of as a weird self-projecting thing, but rather an amazing outlet for self-expression and creativity. So the Me and You film hopes to impart the message of courage, facing your fears, and being true and kind to yourself. And if Lottie overcame her own fears and was able to truly embrace herself, what's stopping us to do so? And I hope people will be inspired to create their own art personas and share a piece of themselves in the online space to friends and family. And lastly, stay true to who you are. Yay! Yay, I'm done. Yay! So that was the me and you. Thank you. Yay!
Okay, thank you so much, Pao, for showing us the me and you. Ay, sorry, papamuna sana ako. Okay, so we're gonna start na yung Q&A. If anyone has any questions for our speaker, you may feel free to do so with our mics provided. We have one.
Hi, congrats
Hi,
on your
Russell.
film.
Hello, thank you. Yay!
So I have like 2 questions naman. First question, I noticed from your character concepts nung yung si Lottie, she used to have a warmer yellowish color palette, and then now sa final you ended up using a more cooler bluer concept. May I ask why did you change it from yellow to blue?
Oh, do you mean yung art persona niya?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So for that, kasi, I thought na it would be nice if different siya from yung original color palette niya, which is blue. But then, since gusto ko na maging, like connected talaga siya, I made yung art persona niya blue. So, ayun. And it feels more like Lottie to me.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question, since you have so much fun sa compositing, which scene from the film is your favorite shot to composite?
My favorite shot to composite was definitely yung magical girl transformation. This is not obviously an excuse to animate a magical girl transformation, but yeah, that was like yung favorite ko. Yeah.
So yeah, those are my questions. Congrats!
Thank you so much, Rosa!
I believe we have another one here.
I also have 2 questions. The first one is related to the character designs of the side characters, because I thought it was really cool that Starry, obviously the star, I forgot the yellow one, the like yellow orange one. That
Blaze.
one has Blaze.
Yeah.
Okay, I was confusing Blaze and Haze. But yeah, Blaze Comet. I'm just wondering the purple one Haze. What does the celestial body that inspired them? I don't know. I just got curious.
Oh, okay. To explain that, all of them are have contrasting character designs, and I also assigned a specific motive from them. So si Lottie is a star, si Blaze fire, and si Haze is wind, and si Fear is a black hole. Cause
that's
Fear
cool.
black hole, and then si Lottie star. Yeah.
I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually really cool when I think about it. Wow. Anyways, the next question is like, cause I know that I recognized some of like the characters in the backgrounds from like other thesis films and stuff. And basically, I just wondered like, was it a challenge to kind of make it look unified, to include those like cameos from different characters, and how did you bridge it?
I believe it wasn't that hard naman, since yung compositing really helped even out yung look ng characters. But yeah, yung compositing yung naging sagot talaga sa lahat. It really it made my film talaga come to life. So yeah.
Alright,
Thank you. Hala, nangyari. Ay, Diyan. Ay, sige.
Okay. First of all, I'm so happy for you. Kasi, parang almost everyday yung cafe noon. Kahit alam ko mabigat yung thesis. So, I appreciate na you still get to spend time with your friends despite doing thesis. Ayun. And I love the backgrounds. And I know na ang ganda, that you have potential for doing the backgrounds, and I know that you enjoy it. And so sobrang natuwa ako sa compositing sa After Effects. Ayun. And may message si Gian, kasi si Gian,
Oh my
di
God,
makakapunta.
bestie! Where are you?
nasa ere na siya ngayon.
Lokay na yan.
Especially since you've been through so much to get here. Alam mo, your film is really very personal, and I can feel it especially through yung story that you were able to create. Sa film mo, Starry had to learn to be proud of themselves and their work. So, I hope you're also able to learn to be proud of what you've done, especially since you did super well. Ayun, congratulations ulit!
Thank you, Gian! Punasan ko man!
For me naman,
Hey.
congrats, girl.
Okay.
Ayun, it's been really fun for the last 3 years that we've been best friends, the three of us. And by extension, Jan and Salman as well. So, so ayun, wala naman ako question because I've seen your progress, I've seen your struggles all throughout those 3 years. So for my next question, pwede bang pa isang elfa ba?
Okay na yun. Go.
Thank you po.
Tapos on behalf of Gian, bibigay ng flowers.
Oh, thank you guys! Thank you!
Okay, so one last pa? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. I really love your environments and backgrounds. How do you go about world building? Or what was your first thought and idea when you were world building?
I turned my brain off. I turned my brain off and I just sketch all of the stuff that I imagined in my head. Pero I guess if you want some tips, just daydream. Daydream, yeah. Thank you.
So thank you so much, and I believe that's the end of our Q&A session. Congratulations again, Pao. And yes, you may take your seat. Unfortunately, we can't have our last message because we are about to welcome our next capstone film, which is Rat Top 9. Now, I'm going to announce our top 9, which is You There by Amanda K. Rhodes.
My dad and my sister, because they're both illustrators. And around the making of the film, I lost my dad. And it was essentially inspired by being unable to reach out and how hard that can be, especially when life gets so busy. So, with that, inspired by what his works and what he's done, surrounded by my father's works, I aspire to be a compositor, and I also dream to be able to work on video games someday in the future with my creations and my imagination. So, next slide po. Here are some of my works. These are some of my projects that I did in school, and then others are from when I worked under Friendly Foes in their character design department. So I have turnarounds, ayun, mga, some compositing examples, ay naharangan, but yeah. Next slide po, please. These are some of my illustrations that I post on my social media account, Ozbino, Ozbino. So you can follow me there. Habang umiyak, oh, please follow me. So the next slide po, please. The issue that I wanted to address, next slide po, is work-life balance. Next slide po. And with work-life balance, I wanted to answer the question, how might we illustrate the struggle of balancing a high-profile career while maintaining a meaningful personal relationship? Next slide po, please. So why this topic? It's
Well, it's a personal struggle of mine, so it made it really easy for me to be able to keep my motivation up throughout the years of pursuing this project because it's very close to home. And as a fresh graduate from being a teenager and then going into this fresh phase of adulthood, and then our generation was also hit by the pandemic. So those milestones of where we were meant to learn how to balance these things have now come out of place, and now it's hard, it's difficult because we're learning as we go to try and juggle these responsibilities and relationships at the same time, which is why I want to emphasize the importance of presence, time, and intentional communication. So the use of animation in the pursuit of this is to help me blend fantasy with real life problems, because by being able to illustrate the relationship of these two characters using the string, I'm able to put a symbolic imagery to represent that connection. Next slide, please. So the message of the film is it explores the struggle of staying connected, especially with how busy life gets. Minsan hindi natin naiisip to send a message, to pick up our phone because we're in the pursuit of something greater. So we forget how these small moments of forgetting can slowly grow into distance. And then when that distance becomes too frequent, some cases it even becomes too late to even mean anything when you do reach out. Next slide, please. So my inspirations for this film was Life is Strange, Night in the Woods, Firewatch, and The Wolf Among Us, all of which have sad endings, and all of which also have open endings. Next slide po, please. So yung story po, when I first drafted out the story, it was actually about the girl competing with another person because my original topic was beauty standards. The paper started out as beauty standards. It started out as how can she keep up with the industry that she's in, and I hyperfixated on it a lot. So you can see here in the storyboards na wala pa yung guy, tapos it's all about her, it's all about what that world looks like. So I had to rewrite because it came to a point where when I went into Prod 1 and I was under Sir Aaron, he asked me, why her? Like, why her against somebody else? Why don't you pitch it as her against herself? Make it something personal, something that she learns or something that she picks up an internal lesson. And so it really made me reevaluate my story, and I scrapped the entire ending, like half of the film. I went from knowing my direction to the ending completely being a mystery for an entire term because I wasn't exactly sure what direction I wanted to go in yet. Next slide, please. So, yung unang direction was, yun nga, like it's all just her and close-ups of her doing photo shoots and her taking pictures. But then I realized that I have to look into the bigger picture. And so the final cut include context of the phone being in the foreground to help connect that part of the film together to give reason to why that scene even needs to be included in the film. Next slide, please. And then this is also from one of the original storyboards where you can see that she's actually the one on the left and she's not even the main focal point at that point. So nag-swap po sila ng places, which I find very, very interesting. Next slide, please. These are other boards that also didn't make the cut simply because it kind of came into a paradox. So originally there was like this whole phone scene where the text would fly out at her and then she'd get hit by them. Tapos I was consulting with professors on what can I do with this dream sequence, and hindi ko na lang ipapangalan, pero there's a prop who suggested a battle scene. And I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. He was suggesting a battle scene with her manager. So I was like, oh, okay. The next slide po. And then these are the backgrounds. I approached it by modeling everything 3D muna so that I could properly capture the perspective and really get an inside out of her environment. So this included the stage, the back set, her makeup area, and then I also have her phone originally was also 3D. And then next slide po, please. The film also remained audioless for a majority of its creation. And Sir Dennis knows this because when I showed him the film, he was like, He was, basically, it's hard to make out the emotions kasi pag wala yung audio. So, I immediately went to a sound designer, and ito yung mga naging conversations namin. It was very meticulous and it was very detail-oriented. So every scene, I had screenshots, I had intentions for what I wanted, I had notes for ano yung mga audios na kailangan tuloy-tuloy and all of that. So, ayan. Then, next slide po, please. My target audience is generally young adults because they are the ones who are in the phase of life where we are career building, studying, and transitioning into adulthood. We are also the generation that heavily communicates digitally, so even delays and silence feels impactful to us. Kahit yung period lang ng sa dulo ng message, it does, di ba? Like parang, galit ka ba? So yung character overview, next slide please. Next again. Yeah, si Alpa and then si Paolo, main protagonist, deuteragonist. Next slide po. And then this is the concepts that I had for them in the beginning. Very rough, and then I finalized everything through the silhouettes. Next slide po. And then basic character description. Her role was basically to get lost in her professional aspirations and to struggle to maintain meaningful connection with Paulo. Next slide po. And then si Paulo naman, he is basically the relationship that Alpha wanted but couldn't keep. Next slide po. And their world, next slide. Alpa's world is mostly purple and blue to emphasize on the internal pressure, the cold environment, the professionalism that she needs to maintain. And then Paula's world is mostly bright colors, yellow with a lot of halftones to symbolize warmth, joy, and stability. Next slide po. And then why the yellow string? Next slide po. It was inspired by Chinese mythology because it's called the red string of fate or the red thread of fate. And it's there that it says that when two people are connected, you are destined to be together. And I thought, what happens if that snaps? What if we are capable of doing something that breaks that connection? And so, yun yung naging plot ng buong film. And the origin is actually because while I was drawing, I actually dropped my pen and it created a line across the board. And I said, that's it. Like, that was it. That was all I needed to finally find that missing piece of the entire film. So, as Bob Ross says, happy mistakes. Production challenges. Yeah, that screen was my worst enemy. Lack of memory space. Next slide po. So yung struggles ko was the multiple layered animations, lots of transitions, and then I developed carpal tunnel syndrome, not just on my right hand, but also on my left. Imagine. I also did OJT alongside thesis, so time management was extremely important. And then initially my film also had too much text, so people were reading instead of watching. And isa pang challenge po is the shortage of storage and RAM. Next slide. So yung advice ko is for the layers, use Toon Boom Harmony because the program is really good at handling that. It offers a lot of flexibility in terms of what you can do transition wise. And then take short but very frequent breaks in between your work schedules. And then with that, create a schedule and use checklists so that you don't forget anything and that you keep track of everything. For the like burnout or when you're feeling like you have creative block, I always watch comfort shows and I take notes of my favorite scenes there so that I am able to see how it might play out in my own film. And then show, don't tell, play with compositions, figure out why those scenes need to be included, give them meaning. And then last is invest in a hard drive so you don't get that screen of death. Next slide. But conclusion, my intention with the film is to make a film that people can relate to, and if they can't relate, I wanted to encourage them to reflect on the relationships that they have now and to hopefully recognize the value of nurturing that. And next slide. But yeah, and thank you. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you so much, AK, right? AK? Yeah. Okay. So the Q&A portion is now open. If anyone wants to ask, there's the mic on your on both sides. You can ask, you can give your compliments to the artist, of course. And yeah, we also have in the YouTube live live comments if you guys have any questions. I believe we have our first one. I can hear you.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay. My question is basically, what inspired the boards? Because I see the inspirations with like Night in the Woods and like Firewalk. Yeah. We see like the emotional inspiration between like Night in the Woods and like Firewatch. But I'm wondering because I like the way that the film like frames and like the composition of certain shots, and it kind of reminded me of like graphic novels, for example. So I'm just wondering what inspired like the compositions behind those shots, specifically in the boards.
When I did the compositions, I actually looked at my 3D model and I was exploring every single angle that I could possibly make in the environment with the camera. And then I played with the focal lens so that I can see if I can do like a really intense fisheye or if I need to make it something close up and intimate. And that's where I was able to really like finalize each composition.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. You mentioned that you came from the pageant world, marketing world, and that's a distinct part of what you were going through, and that made it part of the story. Will you be continuing that in the future with the art part and the animation career? Kasi you make good stories, and being an insider, you can tell more stories like that.
I think definitely being someone who's in that community really helped me tell a story that really saw through the eyes of someone who did pageants. In terms of like doing it again, I don't know. I really enjoy art. I really enjoy creating as much as I do being in front of a camera. So I can imagine how I would end up still doing those two things together. Yeah.
Thank you and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, does anyone have, oh, okay, we have another one. I just want to say, I'm very proud of you, Anna. I love you.
Love you too, Mom.
Hello, I'm Seth.
Have we met before?
I think we were classmates once. Just once. You have any tips for future thesis takers that you wish you knew?
Things that I wish I knew. I wish I knew that I didn't have to perfect the storyboard. Like, I didn't realize that a stickman is enough to make a solid storyboard. Like, I would put so much detail, so much unnecessary detail into it that that's where most of my time actually got burnt out. And I was overthinking just the storyboard. So I guess that's my advice. Simplify it because you'll end up changing it anyway. And then those changes, you don't even know if they're gonna be final or if you're gonna continue going back and forth with changing the beginning, changing the middle, changing the ending. So it's good to keep it rough so that you can allow yourself to be flexible throughout the whole film.
I would like to say also congratulations. I don't think anyone has done OJT and thesis at the same time.
I wouldn't
So
recommend it.
that is exactly what the profs say, but you did it otherwise. And I think I'd like you to give yourself so much credit for that because not a lot of people will be able to put up the same quality of work and balance that kind of work and balance the life you have with your family and friends. So please give yourself the round of applause. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will say thank you. That was.
You're welcome.
No, but what I do want to say was congratulations, and I'd like to present to you this award of being tenacious through after everything you've been through, you've managed to push through, and I think you should be proud of yourself. Here you go.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you.
Not really a question, but I want to say congratulations, AK. You've been through a lot. We've both been through a lot. But you are by far the most resilient person I've met. And you deserve this. You truly deserve to be here in Toontalk. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alan.
So, sorry, I'm kind of still teary-eyed because of that. But this is my first time seeing your film fully because I've been so busy with my own finals. But I'm really glad that I got to see it here anyway. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm so glad to have you as an athlete to look up to and gain inspiration from as well. And I'm sure Dad would have been so proud of you as well for this. Congratulations, Ate.
Thank you, Ali. I love you.
Would you let me hug you right now?
Yeah.
Thank you so much to everyone who has asked your questions and also gave your compliments to the artist. And thank you, AK. Do you have any last messages for everyone here who's also watching online and in person?
If you have anyone in your life that you haven't reached out to yet, do it. And let them know that you're there.
Thank you so much. You may now take your seat. Okay. Ayun nga, parang naano rin ako nun ah. Ang hirap. Nakangiti pero parang gumagano yung mukha ko. Okay, thank you so much again for the film You There. Next, we have our top 8 in our ranks, which is Agita by Sofia Renee Adriano.
Damn it! I keep telling you stop crying!
Ava, have you gotten the dishes like I... Ava? Ava? Ava?
Mom!
I was asking if you'd gotten the dishes earlier, but I'm assuming you forgot again? Never mind. Just help me with these instead. I keep asking you to please be more mindful of these things. I know, I'm sorry. You know, Mom, I've actually been working on this with Miss Airy, and she's been suggesting that you might want to come with me to these sessions. So that we get to understand ourselves a lot better. Absolutely not. Why not? It's not like it'd hurt you to try. Ava, I'm already letting you get involved with that nonsense. Don't drag me into it. Never mind. Goodness. Again with them. Never out of things to fight about, am I right? I don't know who to feel sorry for, the mom or the kid. Mom? Can we talk? Mom, you're running away again. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. Please, Mom. Mom? Are you? No! not weak for needing help, you know? You've been carrying this for a long time. It's okay.
Hi, am I red? I'm just checking if I'm red. I spent the entire time upside down. Please tell me if I'm talking too fast. So, hi. So, hi, my name is Reina Triano, and that was my film, Ajita. So, next slide, please. There you go. So next, a few things about me. Hi, again, I'm Rain. Oops. I'm 22 years old. I am an animator, I guess, now, and an illustrator. I enjoy watching projects, as an artist, I enjoy watching projects all come together at the end. And my aim is to be able to help people bring their own creative visions to life. So, I'm not the kind of artist that wants to create my own things. I want to do stuff for other people. Please hire me. So, little more about me. Oh my God, I'm gonna start crying. Whew. So one of my major creative influences in my life is my mom. I've always been close with both of my parents naman, pero my mom always nurtured the artist in me. So when I was young, she would bring me to watch musicals, and whenever she would go to see whenever she'd go to her workshops, because she went to a lot of workshops, she would take me with her. So acrylic painting, pottery, sketching, drawing, ganon. That she would always bring me with her, and that really helped me become an artist. But as close as I am with my mom, there have always been things that I was never really able to talk to her about. And one of those things kasi was mental health. And, sorry to the parents in the audience. Hi, Mom. Sorry to the parents in the audience. But madalas, in older generations, there's this stigma, there's this idea about mental health na parang, ay, mental health naman yun. It's all in your head. Sakit lang yun ng mayaman. Hindi naman yun problema. And that really affected how I was able to interact with my parents in terms of my own struggling mental health, because they had that same idea. They had that same stigma, which was perpetuated with how they were raised. And this went on for a really long time, from high school until I was in college. Actually, nga, my Aniproj presentation was titled, "My Mom Needs Therapy, and So Do I." Hi, Mom. And actually, sometime during, I forgot when, was it Ann Story or Annie Prep, my mom actually got diagnosed with anxiety and depression. So my mom got therapy. The second part of that, still to be debated. Which brings me to my How Might We? How might we help people with mental illnesses acknowledge that their symptoms or diagnosis means that they're broken? So the issues that I aim to tackle with this film were the stigma about mental health in older generations. Like, it's all in your head. Where else is it going to be? And the unwillingness of parents to listen to their children. So obviously, not all parents, but there's a few. And I know na it's hard in parents to break out of the mindset that they grew up with. So this was also something that I aim to tackle. So that brings me to my target audience. My target audience talaga were parents aged 45 to 60. But it's kind of hard to reach parents aged 45 to 60 with animation, so I designed this film to actually reach out to their children first, ages 15 to 30. Oops. Yeah, I'll continue later. So that brings me to my characters. So of which I only have two, really. So first is my focal character, the protagonist, the mom. Her name is Marika. She is closed, she is mature and stubborn, and she believes that ignoring the elephant in the room will make it go away. So, you know, classic older woman, single mother. And then her daughter is Eva. She is confident, she's open, she's a little bit hot-headed, and she can see that something is up with her mom, and she won't let up until she figures out what exactly. So these are my metaphors. These are the creatures. I didn't actually have any name for them for the longest time. They're strange creatures that manifest as part of a person. Marika has the wrong idea that hers is something to be afraid of, and Ava has learned to live with hers and is seeing someone about it. So a question I got a lot was, does everybody see these creatures? It's open to interpretation. It's up to you. I never actually figured that out, so think what you want about them. So the themes I wanted to follow with this film were the acceptance of self. Marika spends almost her entire life and the entire film not accepting who she is, what she has, and she's very closed off because of it. She ignores the issue until it grew too much for her, and ayan, and another theme was ignoring an issue will eventually become impossible. So turning a blind eye to like something that's cooking and it's burning won't turn down the heat. It's just gonna let the dish burn until your entire house stinks. And that needing help is not a sign of weakness. And do you treat heart failure with more cardio? No, you give it medicine. Same with the brain, same with emotions. Do you treat it with like ignoring it, thinking it goes away? No, you have to address it. You have to talk about it. So, my visual pegs, most of this were from Gobelin and early Disney Renaissance because the thing is, if I was making a film that I wanted to show to older generations, if I wanted to show it to parents, I couldn't be too kiddie and I couldn't be too anime, but I had to stay within my own capabilities because animation is a hard sell. It really is a hard sell, realistically, and trying to pitch it to an older generation that is used to realism is, again, it's difficult. So, music. Let's talk about the music for a little bit. My main peg for this film's music was that I wanted it to feel grounded. I wanted it to feel at home. It doesn't encompass an entire world. The story is just, it's inside this home, it's between these two people, and the music has to reflect that. It can't be too Hans Zimmer grandiose. So I wanted to go with something that a lot of people can resonate with, that feels familiar to a lot of people, and that was acoustic guitar. So I actually approached my composer with the intent because I knew that he specialized in acoustic guitar. Hi, Luis. And the strings that the anxiety felt, they bring tension, but at the end of the day, they're like almost the same because they're both string instruments. And another question that I got a lot was like, oh, why didn't you make the music more scary? Why didn't you make the music more tense? I tried, and that really didn't resonate with how I wanted the film to go. I wanted the music to be, the compromise that myself and the composer reached was that it was sad, it was melancholy, because it's something that she deals with every day after being joked about. So, my production, very simple. I'm gonna keep this short, gonna keep this sweet, because I know everyone's hungry. Standard 2D traditional pipeline, storyboard, animatic, rough, la 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 la. I used Clip Studio Paint as opposed to the normal Toon Boom Harmony or Adobe Animate because, ugh. But this journey was not without its road bumps, which brings us to the lessons learned. So this is my main lesson. This is the one thing I want a lot of people to internalize, especially like freshmen and whatever. Invest in a good backup. A few, even. I got past any prep. I got into my first few weeks of Prod 1. I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy myself a 1 terabyte hard drive, just in case anything happens. The hard drive arrived, and then the next day my computer crashed and I lost everything. That set me back a lot, which I had to take a term break because of it. So yes, invest in a good backup. As soon as I got my computer back and running, hard drive, Clip Studio Cloud, several Google accounts, just keep a backup wherever you can. So smaller lessons that I learned were completion over perfection. Something that I really struggled with in this film is in this film was perfectionism. I'm sure that a lot of people also struggled with that. I've seen that several times already in just the first 4. So completion over perfection. Don't entertain major decisions or thoughts about your film / your career past 9 p.m. It's not going to do you any good, because I had a really hard time with finishing a cut, not finishing my other cuts, and then being like, oh, but this could be better. This could have a few more in-betweens. And that ballooned my production time. So another thing that I learned was take what you need and leave what you don't. I consulted with a lot of people, like a lot of people. I think if I had a professor anytime in the last 2 years or so, I'd shove my iPad in their face. What do you think of this story? And then I'd take what they would say about it. So I got a lot of answers. I didn't need to follow all of them. So I had to pick and choose which ones I liked the most. Otherwise, my film would have been like 30 minutes long. So, in conclusion, my aim for this film is to act as a conversation starter for a difficult topic. The film ends with Marika accepting it, but that's only the first step forward. She needs to internalize the acceptance and work towards bettering herself. I don't need this film to solve any world hunger or whatever. I don't need it to solve my issue today. I just need to pave the way for the first step. I also wanted this film to be like, something for kids to be like, hey, Mom, Dad, do you want to see this po? That's something that I saw online. I thought you might be interested. And I also wanted to let parents know that it's okay to not be okay. I know that, it's really easy to take them for granted. And it's really easy to overlook yung mga pinapadaan ng mga magulang natin. So I wanted this film to, it's okay. And starting is more important than finishing, and finishing is more important than perfect. Please, please, please make sure that you're done before you perfect anything. Oh my goodness, you're going to stay behind. You're gonna be so behind if you try to perfect everything. You're never gonna finish. Just finish it first, and then you can go back later. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rain. Congratulations on the film. Okay, so does anyone have any
they have that sort of stigma of short memory, and I was like, wow, that's a good idea, and that's easier to animate. So yeah.
I see. How about like inspirations behind the designs of like the daughter and the mother?
Okay, so the daughter and the mother, I pulled a lot of designs from like Fire Emblem fan art on Pinterest. And so the mom, she has a really, the silhouette sticks to her a lot more because she's more reserved, she's more like closed off. And the daughter has like looser, flowier clothes because she's more open with herself. Yeah.
I like that. Okay, time to be mean. I love your name. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready. First off, Rain, I'm so proud of you because ako na yung magsastorya on her production journey. But
Oh.
I just I finished my film viewing last term. And last term, when we were doing an art market, she came to me and said like parang hindi daw siya makakatapos. And I was like, oh, it's okay. But then on the next parang week, 2 weeks before finals, she said, oh, I can make it. And I was like, yes, you made it. And I'm so proud of you kasi, I don't know, you keep downplaying yourself, but you're really talented. She's a dancer then. She's very intelligent. And she always said that, I don't know, she had these thoughts if this is the course for her, of shifting, but I hope you know, I think you made the right choice. And you're now in Toontalk, and I'm so proud of you. And
Thank you.
we have a flower for you, so yeah.
I'm already crying. Thank you. Can someone be mean, please?
Sorry, dude.
Not you.
I don't really have a question, but I also have a compliment. I remember in late night VCs, Rain kept on freaking out, like, will I make it, will I not? Dude, Rain stepped up and they did a LeBron buzzer beater and they just shot it straight, dude. Congrats, man. All the hard work really paid off and I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, you wanted someone to be mean, right?
Yes.
I'll be mean by being nice. I didn't get to hang out with you often, and I think that was really a sign that you were always working on that project. Like every single time I would look at our voice chats, you'd always be there, like almost 3 a.m. And then I'd join you, like, guys, look at Honey. She's so cute, right? That was all I knew, but that was all I knew on like the surface. But yeah, like when you reached out and asked for help, I was also like in the same position as Naz. Na, oh my gosh, like ang lapit na ni Rain. We have to help. We have to help them push it just a little bit closer. Because you did say you're an artist that likes to do things for other people, right? And it was really nice to be able to, well, do something for you. But, well, if you really do like doing things for other artists, as an artist, well, I'll say that film really did a lot for me.
Thank you.
That film was actually kind of scary at how accurate it was at portraying like certain experiences in my life. And I will say, like specifically what you did for me personally with that film, I really felt I felt like a really strong sense of camaraderie. That, yeah, I'm not the only one dealing with this. So thank you. I'm really honored that I was able to at least help you out, even a little bit, and I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
Please, like, just don't. Oh my God, you're too good. You're too good, man.
Can you guys stop
You're
being
the
nice,
best.
please?
Hey Rain, I'm so sorry, I have to be nice.
God damn it.
We just got to know each other really recently. Pero I remember I ran into you after my defense, and we just started talking about finishing defense and like how relieving it was. And you talked about you're not sure about getting Toontalk, but look at where you are now. Like, I'm so proud of you. This is big, and you should relish in your success. And your film is really important, and I hope it reaches the audience that you wanted to. So congrats, and very proud of you.
Thank you. Oh God, no.
You know, when watching films, I'm the guy who's quite an arse with criticizing films, but today I'm not going to criticize anyone. I'd say a lot of your themes came across. You did it in such a short time. I remember we discussed a lot about some of your segments. I didn't get to see the whole thing because you didn't want to show the whole thing until it was the end. But I was surprised. I was very amazed with what you had. You were doubting yourself. I was almost convinced with your words that it's garbage. She said so. But I was like, oh no, it's not garbage. You were lying to me. So I'm happy that it ended up looking well. Your themes came across. In such a short time, you managed to tell a whole story. And nothing really felt off. Siguro sa resolution. Pero pag-usapan na natin yan sa sarili. We have time on our own, in our own PCs. But you did a good job. And genuine question.
Yeah.
When's your next film?
Don't ask me that. I don't know. I told you I don't want to make my own things. I want to make things for other people. Ask May. I'll do her film.
Okay. Good job.
Thank you.
Hi, Ray. What do you want first, the question or the compliment?
Can I have the question so that I can so that I'm not blubbering through it later?
Okay. I actually never asked you this, but where did you get your inspirations for like character acting? Because I know you've gotten much better, especially later in production.
Goblan mostly. It was Goblan, and I spent a lot of time in Discord VCs. Discord route. I'm like, how many people's partner in crime because of the VC hours. So Goblan, and I just kept on asking them in the back over there, like May mentioned earlier, like shout out to your window. Thank you guys for getting me through this film scene, for all the help that you guys gave me in every aspect of it. So yeah.
For the compliment. Honestly, a bunch of people already said what I wanted to say. I'm really proud of you and that you already made it this far. And honestly, I think you're such a reliable person, both in art and just as a character as well. So I hope one day you think that of yourself, because you're a very good person and artist.
Thank you. Oh no.
I am the mom.
Oh no.
Well, actually, I really don't know what to say except if there's anything, we at home saw how she worked. We at home saw how we witnessed the roller coaster ride that she went through. Yung iyak, grabe. Yung iyak namin, yung saya namin, di namin alam, yung pagpass niya, the moment we were holding hands when she finally decided to submit her work. And prior to that, it was her birthday, and she was telling us, Dad, Mom, I don't think I'm gonna make it. That was a few days prior, and I just want to take this chance also to thank those people. You know who you are. Those people who helped her. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, we really didn't know that we'll be here today. Initially, we were saying, makapasa lang, sige, makapasa lang. But then, look at you now, you're here in Toontalk, top 8. Congratulations, we're very proud of you.
I'll read the YouTube comments as well.
Oh no!
But I guess I'll start off with on my end din naman. Because I had you as my abroad too, di ba?
Yeah.
So, at first, I really thought na, yun nga, you already gave me a heads up. Pero yun, nag-grade na ako, tapos nakita ko, oh my God, napasa ni Rain! So, I was really proud of that. Kasi, you still, alam nyo naman, especially for my students, hindi ko kayo din na-discourage na hindi talaga kaya. So, if kaya, kakayanin. And you were the example for that. Kinaya mo, with, of course, with the help of other people as well. And that's okay. Kasi at the end of the day, kinaya mo, and I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
And then, okay, let's go with the YouTube comments. So, meron dito si Yumoli again. So, they said, congrats in advance, Rain. Pero nag-school na sila. And then, Leslie Javier also said, congrats, Rain. Si CPCH has a long message. Oh, sorry, Celine pala. Sabi niya, hi Rain, I may not be there physically, but I also want to say I'm super proud of you, and I felt so relieved that you clutched by the deadline. I love how your film turned out, and you did a great job.
Hey Celine, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're wrapping up. Oh, we have a last one. Okay.
Hello. Good morning. I'm the dad. First of all, I want to say I'm very, very proud of you, Rain. I'm glad you've accomplished this. It's been such a long road, and I'm looking forward to seeing you outside your room. To everyone who helped her, thank you very much.
I believe that's a wrap na for our Q&A. Okay, let's give them a moment muna. But as we go on, Rain, do you have any, since we're at like time constraints, pero do you have any one-liners you want to tell everyone?
Is the camera on? If you're working, save right now. Press save, Control S, do it. Okay, yan lang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rain, again. A round of applause to Rain. Okay. Ay. Dahil dyan, please keep your energy up because I'm gonna welcome our next film, which is the last of the film for our morning session, which is our top 7, which is Unlikely Duo by Devon Males. Ay, ayun na pala, sinasabi nila yung pangalan, Devon Males.
Bullying often stems from more than just meanness. Sometimes it's about race, sometimes appearance, sometimes it's just the child closest to pain. For victims, the impact is immediate and lasting. They ask, why me? But the answer isn't always about them. Children are shaped by what they see. They mimic what they absorb from parents, teachers, strangers. If they see power used harshly, they may try to replicate it. Not to be cruel, but to feel in control. Adults often misread this behavior. Teasing is dismissed as just play. Hurtful words are brushed off as kids being kids. But children remember what we ignore. Bullying doesn't just hurt the victim, it stunts the bully too. It teaches them that connection must come through dominance, or none at all. But not every outburst is rooted in hatred. These experiences leave a lasting imprint. They teach children that vulnerability is dangerous, that trust leads to humiliation, that speaking up may only bring more pain. And so they grow cautious, withdrawn, lonely, struggling to build the very connections that could help them heal. Sometimes it's a child trying to say, please see me. Please teach me how to be kind. That's where we come in. Not just to punish, but to guide, to listen, to model patience. Because children aren't born knowing how to relate. They must be shown. If we respond with empathy, we don't just stop a bully. We help raise a person who can connect and care.
Misconduct and behavior and being a better kid growing up. Next slide, sir. So for the character designs, next slide again. So for Leaf Girl, basically the embodiment of kids being picked on. I went with a leaf girl green because, you know, it's green, it's approachable, happy-go-lucky. That's basically her personality. Next slide, sir. Now, this on the left is like the first phase of design. It had a lot of, it went through its like leaps and bounds, its changes and all that. And yung first like iteration on the left, it was very high resolution and it had so much performance issues. This is the thing with 3D is that you'll end up dealing with so much like computer lag, crashes, and you'll end up hating yourself because you didn't save. So the design on the right is now more streamlined. To me, at least, why I wanted to change the design from this to what it is now is because I simply like I didn't fall in love with. I wasn't comfortable with the old design anymore. I felt like it needed a change, so I went with the design on the right now, and it's supposed to be more streamlined for video game animation. That's the direct inspiration for my pipeline is video game animation and design. Here are the old turnarounds. Oh, thank you, sir. And here's the current turnarounds now. And for the bully, it's supposed to be the personification, the embodiment of bullies out there. They have their own story. You know, some of them literally just want to hurt you, and some of them it comes from a place where maybe they just want to vent out because things aren't good at home. So we all have problems. Hurt people. And next slide, sir. So on the left, this is the old design. There's a lot of like polygons, lines, squares, and shapes and all that. And all of this is contributing to performance lag on my laptop. And on the right is, again, the more streamlined design. Next slide, sir. Here are the turnarounds, and here's the current turnaround. I changed the color palette from having to, you know, having some sort of complementary color with the red and blue, rather than just having my color hue all the way like on the red side. So at least here there's something more easier to look at. Next slide, sir. Now here is on the left is like the phase 1 design, the very old looking version of the film, and on the right is how it looks now. So it goes to show that if you as an artist, if you are uncomfortable with what you're working on, if you think something is off, you think that something isn't quite right and it's bugging you, the best thing that you can do for yourself is change it. And I promise you that you will be happier if you do make that change, because if it's something that is deeply personal and you want it to be as good as you hope for it to be, make the change. So next slide, sir. These are the giant designs, and I'll just run through these really quick. So this is the purple giants design from before and after. Next slide, sir. This is the blue giant. So many polygons, so many lines. And here's the good giant, the green giant. So yeah. Now all of that amounts to this. This is what I have to deal with, geometry nodes, all the technical stuff, having to increase, decrease, and all of this is like contributing to the performance lag and ultimately my laptop crashing a million times. And basically if I had to give some sort of piece of advice, keeping it simple, and the implications matter a lot. You don't really need to go for something realistic like a million leaves on your character. Just implying that there's foliage there is enough to get the message across. So simple design works and gets by longer. And then here the front-facing colorways. So for the backgrounds, this one I'm very proud of this one. Next slide, sir. Hiya. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. So back then, phase 1 in Aniprod 1, a lot of my professors said na parang, bakit ganito yung background mo? Well, initially, it's just a white void. The characters didn't really exist in a background with trees and foliage and nature. It was just a white void. And the void changes color depending on the emotion of the characters on screen. And enough consultation with professors saying na parang I think some background, something has has to be there to fill in the space because it's jarring. So eventually, next slide, sir, I landed with having to fully flesh out a scene, foliage, bush, trees, and everything. And yeah, so for my inspiration, obviously growing up, the main topic, the issue is bullying, and it's basically a very intimate story between me and a bully of mine, and we grew up very like I guess not too close in the first time, and then eventually you get to get along. Hence, towards the end of the film, the mushroom bully and the leaf girl, they eventually get along. So the journey of producing the film, it's for me at least, I like to say that I'm a slow worker, and to me at least, I had to make ends meet, and I just had to say to myself like, I think this is just the pace at my pace. I can't go any faster than this. So slow, consistent, like works every single day rather than cramming because you didn't work for like a week because you wanted to play video games, and then you're gonna hate yourself because you decided to pull 2 sleepless nights in a row. And for my takeaways, all of the work and the production, hence the sleepless nights, it will eat away at your life. It will take away from, time from your friends, your family, and for yourself to do other things. So it's best to manage your time, manage yourself, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to say thank you to my mom and dad. I hope you all are there watching comfortably at home. And lastly, thank you to Patricia Rie. You, she's the true day one. I'm sorry, Hans, you're not really a day one. You're more like a day 55. But Patricia was there since the culmination of the idea way back in Aniproj, and she's the real day one. Sorry, Hans. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Devon, for the very nice film. Nagulat ako nung biglang gumanon yung howl. Okay, so we are now opening the floor for questions and compliments. So does anyone want to ask it? Ooh, ayan, parang spring up sila kagad.
Hi, Devon.
Hi, Pat.
I don't have questions because I saw everything that you did. I saw every Blender tutorial, every crash out, chasing
Oh, yeah.
3D profs with you. I remember just a few nights ago you were crashing out to me saying, I can't animate a walk cycle anymore, I've lost it. But this is proof today that you haven't lost it. You've actually, you've hit, it's not your peak, but you have definitely hit a high point, and I'm extremely proud of you. I remember every sleepless night. I remember just how hard you worked. I remember just seeing everything that you struggled with, every low point. But also, every time you figured something out, every time something worked out, you would, run to me, you'd come to me and tell me, look at this thing that I just figured out. Look, I made it work. It looks so good. And I'm so proud of you. I can't express enough that I'm so happy to see you up here in Toontalk. I used to drag you to watch Toontalk live streams because they were just so, they're cool to me. And I told you one day that one of us would be up there, and it's you. And I can't be happier that it was you.
Thank you, Pat.
I did not want to come here without getting you flowers.
Oh my God.
So I think you deserve these for being up here.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, RG, but someone made it first.
Dude, you are my shining gold. Bro, last term during Prod 2, we just sat beside each other most of the day. Every single day, I didn't sleep every Sunday. And
I was there
overnight,
with
every
you,
month.
bro.
You sat beside me. You are my real day one, bro. You know what? I go there every day. I go there every day, bro. I know your name is Davon, but you made my day, Bon.
Oh, shit! Come here, man. Thank you.
Can I say the label? To quote Hans Schua, because he was actually workshopping it next to me. He was gonna say, Davon, you're like my Lebron. My Lebron. Yeah, so I have two questions.
Yeah.
The first, why did you choose a PSA?
Okay, so I think I'm not really the best storyteller, and I feel like I had to play to my strengths because at the time of Aniproj, like research, I was definitely like big into psychology on YouTube, and I found these YouTube channels like TED Ed and the School of Life, and they basically teach life, love, and relationships. So I was definitely into their structure, their content structure, and I wanted to adapt something for my thesis. Thank you.
I see. I also kind of heard it in the narration style, which
Yeah.
is interesting. But the other question is, because you mentioned that the original plans for your backgrounds were just like a color changing background that like changed every time the mood of the characters changed as well. But I noticed that your characters are like, you know, a leaf girl and a mushroom. And did you think of these designs before or after the background finalization?
Yeah, so I definitely thought of the characters first before the backgrounds. And I definitely wanted to play around with the idea that whatever the character is experiencing on screen emotionally, the background comes second. And that was the afterthought that I regret doing nung Broad One. So yeah, I made the characters first in mind because they were the center, the spotlight basically. And the background has to conform to them. So yeah.
Okay, wait, I have one additional question. So like, why did you choose to make them like woodland themed then, like
Oh, yeah.
before the backgrounds then?
So you mean how the backgrounds look now, very woodland, naturey?
More like the characters.
Oh, the characters.
Yeah, like why
Okay.
woodland?
So, well, again, it's no homage to my mom. Like, at the time, I feel like my mom knows that I play these games that are like very whimsical, very fantasy. And she wanted, she knows that, okay, I'm gonna make something cute and whimsy. So, it's an homage to my mom, the characters. And, there's some motifs there, like mushroom being bad, and also the color red signals to you, like, the design is like, mushroom, red, oh, bad, don't, bad boy. And then leaf girl, leaf girl, green. Green means friendly. Oh, good girl, leaf girl. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, LeBron James Omales.
Hey.
Hello, Devon.
Hey, man.
Okay. Last time, I was actually surprised to my backgrounds because the last time we were talking, like a couple months ago, you were like saying na walang backgrounds, emotion lang. So I knew the first part. I just like you to take me to the process of how you started doing the backgrounds and then like how it came to be. Because for me, I'm a 32D drawer. I draw everything. But you, it looks like magic to me what you do. Like, wow, how the hell did you do that?
Okay. So from plain white void to a full-fledged nature scene. So there's like tricks that I found on YouTube where the concept is basically you draw out in Photoshop like PNG, black background or transparent background of leaves. And you can project that onto your 3D mesh, let's say a circle that's subdivided and has, subdivision just means a lot of faces. And you can make blender math happen where each one of those planes are projected onto the face of a subdivided sphere. And then you'll have like a bush, a leaf, that's like, that you drew on Photoshop. So that's how I got the foliage, the trees, and then you can color that as you will in texture in material nodes as well on Blender. And the wind, there's more Blender math to it. I won't spoil you with those unnecessary things. It's just it adds more life to the scene. So yeah.
No, good job, good work. I wish to see more from you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, hi, Davon.
Hello.
Dude, I really like your art. Like, it's so mesmerizing to see, especially since I haven't really seen much of your thesis. Like, this is my second screening aside from yesterday.
Yeah.
And I just gotta say, like, your process is, wow, literally magic. And as a fellow indie game, also slash, I guess, like, I'm also interested in game development. I'm just amazed at how performant your models are. Like, wow. I can literally hear my CPU breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. But anyway, good job, congratulations. But I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I'm also an artist who draws primarily like dark, nitty-gritty styles.
Yeah.
And seeing you adopt a more cute, whimsical style, how was the how was the adjustment period? Was how difficult was it? Like, what was your process? Was it like a straightforward line, or was it like, oh my gosh, okay, I have to really abandon like the conventions that I've relied on for like a while, and then yeah, so on and so on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, if you get to this point where you can draw like fantasy characters in my style of like grotesque, multi-world building, such as the one that you see kanina, it's basically you have fundamentals that are like ever present. They're always there. So, and also, what's it called Anikar. That class teaches you basically the fundamentals of character design. You have your basic shapes, and it's like you have this idea, you break it down, and you try your best to create with what you got. And I would say that the jump or the phase or adjustment period, there wasn't really any, because if you know your fundamentals and you know the way of creative design or concept design works, it's not really about your genre, whether you exist in multi-world building and then you pivot from multi-world building to this whimsical, cute art style. Like, it's more so the basis of design has to take place before the art style, and then that comes second, the art style. So yeah.
Awesome answer, thank you, and good job again. That was such a good film.
Thank you.
Hey, I came back with another question. Basically, I'm just quite curious, why did you choose making it in 3D?
So that was for my dad this time. Like, my dad had like a lot of praise. Well, a little story time, I guess. His friend, my uncle, he was like a very senior like concept artist and 3D modeler at like a certain company that's like being outsourced here in the Philippines back then. And my dad looks up to him, and he wanted me to try something with 3D, anything really. So the 3D was the medium that I chose for him. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
So, I just wanted to ask, like, why did you choose the what's that perspective, side-scrolling?
Yeah.
As like one of the main shot that you wanted to showcase, like, throughout the film.
So back in Anaprod 1, and also adding on top of that my influences of side-scrolling games like Metroidvanias and I think this one, Kingdom Newlands. Back in Anaprod 1, Sir Pat kind of told me like the animation has to basically carry it, because camera angles, you only have one camera angle. You're just facing the character straight onto the camera. You don't have anything dynamic. And I took it upon myself that if I have something simple as a camera angle that's just straightforward facing, I need to make these characters feel alive. And that's like the point of my animation. It's like, if in other parts there's something simplistic, you can't make the whole film simplistic. Something else has to shine. And I think I wanted to make these characters feel alive. The camera angle has to be simplistic for me to at least work with the limitations that I had at the time as well. Yeah.
Congratulations. That was a cool film.
Thank you.
Hi, Devon. You have a question from the YouTube. So, one is from Kobe. Next is from Celine. So, pagsama ko na sila. So, for Kobe, ang tanong niya is, what was your favorite part of the pipeline?
Okay, so hi Kobe. And I guess my favorite part about the pipeline, I'll say two things. I think it has to be animation and it has to be compositing. So yeah.
He also said, congratulations, this film is so timely and appealing to watch.
Thank you.
And then for Celine, she said, hi Devon, it was my first time seeing your film ever, and it's super cute. I love the visuals and you really did great now, I've always wondered. Did you manually, great now. I've always wondered, did you manually animate their faces or was it part 3D?
So the faces are the only 2D aspect to my film. So basically it's like 98% 3D and 2% 2D. Did I say that right? Basta. 2D animated yung faces throughout all the film, and I had to manually animate that as well. No, there's no tricks in between. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Davon, for answering the questions and also accepting the compliments of the audience. So we're wrapping up. Do you have any last message for everyone here?
I'll just say, don't forget to save. I nearly cried when that happened. It was so unfortunate.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause once more. Okay, so now that we're done with our morning session, we can take our lunch break and be back here by 1:30. Is that correct? 1:30. So we'll be starting kagad at 1:30. Thank you so much, everyone, and I hope to see you later. Eat well and rest well. Look forward for the afternoon session.
달려와 내일은 더 빛나지 당연 yeah. 내 삶은 shine like a diamond 괜히 해서 뭐해 걱정 I got no worries no I got no worries no I got no worries no I'm shining like a diamond yeah got different view 여유롭게 teasing yeah 내 자유로운 soul 이미 be please 문제가 돈이라면 I'll be filthy rich but 걱정 따윈 없지 not it is 배밀어 따위는 너 언제나 보이는 건 no no 속도로 내야 돼 pedal to the metal yeah I don't really care just move out of my way Reaching for the stars, always on the right road 사실 어떤 길이라도 그게 상관없지 yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now be starting our afternoon session for Toon Talks. Please give a round of applause. Okay. I hope everyone had a delicious lunch. And before we proceed, may we remind everyone that the audience here with us in person is kindly requested to remain inside the venue during the film screenings. You are free to step outside only after each film screening has concluded to avoid interruptions and to give respect to the filmmakers and their work. So, ready na ba kayo again for our top 6? Ayan. Okay, bongga. So, with this, I hope everyone will be shocked at what we're gonna see because we're gonna see the top 6 Shokoy by Andre Patrick Garcia.
Ano nangyari? Ay, parang pag yan na agad. Oops. Hello, hello. Wait lang. So, good day guys. So, first of all, thank you for coming here. And hello to sa mga nanood. Welcome back to my channel. Siguro quick life update. I don't know kung bakit namumula yung ilong ko ngayon. It's either A, baka since malapit na yung Christmas, so baka slowly nagta-transition na ako into Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Or maybe, yun nga, baka nagiging shokoy na rin ako at some point. So yeah. And I do believe na kahit na mumula ngayon yung ilong ko, I'm sure you're not judgmental about it. So, with that, I have a question for you guys. Na-judge na ba kayo? Or maybe you caught yourself, judging someone too quickly? Well, I have this one animated short film which is napanood nyo na. And I do believe na this explores the same experience na experience nyo sa life nyo. And it's called Shakoy. So, let me introduce myself first. My name is Andre Patrick Garcia, but you can just call me Dre. And one thing about me is that I'm an aspiring animator and digital illustrator, so I aspire to be. And because of the reason why I aspire to be an animator and digital illustrator is because I love simply watching cartoon shows, like, for example, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Codename Kids Next Door, maybe if 3D, Bobo Boy, I guess, and then, of course, Zig and Sharko, and other cartoon shows. Pero these cartoon shows, I was able to learn something from them, like lesson, whether it be simple lang talaga. And that is the reason why ngayon I wanted to create and share compelling stories that can somehow resonate with other people. Yung tipong makaka-inspire sa kanila or maybe makaka-motivate sa everyday life nila. And since I mentioned a while ago na I want to inspire other people through my compelling stories and animation, my How Might We statement is, or how might we statement is, how might we inspire young Filipinos to choose kindness and understanding over hasty judgment? So here are the objectives for that. Uh, the first one is to address the negative effects of judgment. And next is to educate people about the idea of being mindful of others. And lastly is, of course, to encourage empathy and critical thinking by promoting the importance of understanding others' perspective before making any judgment. So that's my how might we. So for the target market, I chose this specific age group, which is ages 10 to 12. And the reason why is because this age group, I do believe na they're at the stage where they start to think more independently and somehow they can form their own ideas about the world. And I do believe that this specific age group kasi is, since we're in the digital age, so basically they're more exposed sa social media, kung ano yung mga nakikita nila and all. And I'm sure very active na rin sila sa social media at this point. And siguro gusto ko ring what do you call this? I-inspire sa young audience ko nga since mabilis silang ma-influence kung ano yung nakikita nila sa social media and all. And so yeah, yun. Munti ka na ma-mental block. So I guess for the message of this animated short film is, of course, hasty judgment and unkind words can cause harm to someone. And next is the importance of being thoughtful and considerate, especially dun nga sa mga tao who seem different. So siguro, let's start with the story itself. And siguro I'm just going to explain how the message of my film can be seen sa story ko na ginawa. So first siguro yung quick judgments can lead to unfair treatment. So it shows na dun sa story na ginawa ko or sa animated short film na si Clara and her friends na they assume Koi as a dangerous monster or an eating monster. So that's why yun yung una nilang impression sa kanya. Pero yun nga, as time passes by, kanina sa latter part ng animated short film ko, they learned na si Koi is kind. So, of course, they apologize and realize na, of course, the importance of being patient, open-mindedness, and kindness before judging others. So now let's proceed with the production design. So for my main influences in terms of the character design muna is more on the Over the Garden Wall, Gravity Falls, and Rick and Morty. Siguro sasama ko na rin dito yung Zig and Sharko. Kasi when I saw these character designs, parang they're simplified pero expressive sila and somehow madali silang intindihin. Especially ako kasi nung bata ako, when I watch cartoon shows, like for example, Adventure Time. So, pag sinabi niyong Finn the human and Jake the dog, like naiisip ko na agad sa isip ko kung ano yung itsura nila. So hopefully, ganun din yung maisip ng mga audience ko when they hear the name Koi or even Clara. Like na-imagine na agad nila sa head nila kung ano yung itsura nila. Ganun. And then of course is in terms of the environment design, it was more of a Zig and Sharko talaga, yung main influence ko. Kasi when I saw their environment design, it's vibrant and very colorful talaga. And that's what I like sa mga cartoon shows is pag very colorful talaga. And siguro dito sa background design nila, it's more of a parang no line art. So more on may mga textures lang. So that's why do sa characters ko, sila lang yung may black line art para lang mag-pop up yung character ko. So para hindi sila yung parang nalulunod or baka kasi if wala ding line art yung character ko, so of course, baka di siya mapansin ng tao or ng audience ko mismo. So okay, let's proceed with the characters. So first is Koi. So Koi is a shokoi, of course, who resides in an island with his unique appearance. He often faces judgment from others, which is yung mga bata kanina. So siguro I want to explain na kung bakit shokoi siguro yung pinili ko. Well, supposedly, dapat parang ordinary kid lang talaga yung design ko for my main character. Kaso here at Binild, of course, we're doing ordinary things extraordinarily well. So I do believe na kailangan ko mag-isip ng creative way para mas maging different siya lalo. And that's why I decided na, oh, okay, shokoi na lang. Since, yun nga, it's more on physical appearance yung judgment na ginawa ko sa film. So, of course, pag itong shokoi, of course, kakaiba talaga yung tsura niya. And I do believe na since shokoi is one of the well-known mythological creatures here in our country, so in a way, para matutunan na rin ng bata yung culture natin since we know na that our country is very diverse talaga in terms of culture. So yun. Of course, Clara, I'm just gonna read her short bio. So she's an islander who encounters koi while playing in the sand, and her judgment of shokoi as a potentially dangerous being amplifies her anxiety, which caused her to avoid any interactions with him. And ito kasi wala silang name, so nilabel ko lang siya as Kid 1 and Kid 2. So Kid 1 is matangkad siya, pero yet medyo may pagkaano siya, like, I guess, duwag, or like takot talaga siya, especially pag nakakita na siya ng ocean. Kaya yung nakita niyo siya kanina, yun, sumigaw na siya. Ganon. And then next is Kid 2, of course. Siya yung parang mga typical na small but terrible, pero yet protective friend siya kay Clara. So kung sino man yung nag-aaway sa kanya, he's always there sa ano niya, kahit medyo disadvantage yung height niya. So now, eto si Clara and the other kids, somehow parang it's like a representation of parang, of course, yung mga taong mahilig mag-judge, yung mahilig jump to conclusion, yung mahilig mag-assume agad na ganun siya, pero in reality, hindi naman. So yun yung mga yun yung representation ni Clara and yung other kids. Of course, with the production design, of course, it comes with different challenges as well. Of course, first is corrupted files and other personal challenges. So let's start first with the corrupted files. Because I'm using Toon Boom Harmony, so there are times na nako-corrupt talaga yung file ko for some reason. Siguro pag hindi ko na-eject maigi yung disk drive ko or yung hard drive ko. So may tendency na magko-corrupt. And nakaka-frustrate talaga kasi parang half ng scenes ko sa film na-corrupt. So thankfully, na-recover ko pa rin naman lahat. So no need na ulitin talaga from scratch. And of course, in terms of personal challenges, siguro yung mental health ko. Like let's say, may times kasi na may doubt ako sa sarili ko. And to be honest, inulit ko yung ani-prep ko. So yun yung turning point ko na parang deserve ko pa ba maging animation, like maging animator in the future, or maybe deserve ko ba ipagpatuloy tong course na to. So yun. So medyo yun yung naging parang naging down ko talaga. Pero of course, those challenges, of course, I overcame them through different backups, adjustments, and of course, support system. So, and this is something that I want to advise sa mga gagawa pa lang ng thesis or sa mga who are still doing their thesis now, is to have multiple backup talaga files. Like what I mean by that is, for example, pwede kayo mag-save sa Google Drive, or pwede rin kayo mag-save din sa iba-ibang disk drive. Like for example, for me, nilalagay ko sila sa disk drive, sa Google Drive, para lang may backup talaga. Like, kung kinakailangan talaga mag-formulate ako ng plan A to plan Z, gagawin ko talaga. Para wala na talagang like reason na yun, masira yung yung film ko. Okay, so now let's proceed with the music and sound design. So if you notice kanina, it's it heavy relies on music and sound effects. So the reason why it's because ito yung next point is wala siyang dialogue. So I only use wala sounds. So for example, pag nag-sorry si Clara, instead of saying sorry, of course, kailangan may pagka-sad na wall of voice yung gagamitin ko. Like, ganun. Okay na. And then next point is, of course, yung tempo ng music, it changes, of course, to match the intensity of scenes. Especially dun sa, yung nagpapanik na sila na nag-drown na si Clara kasi nga na-stuck yung leg niya because of the seaweed. So yun. And of course, I added some additional sound effects just to enhance certain moments. Of course, just to add din yung comedic effect. Since yun nga, kasi most of the time may pagka-comedy talaga yung ginawa kong film. And since yun nga, para ma-enjoy din talaga ng mga target audience ko, which is yung mga bata. And of course, yung additional sound effects dito, like yung wink. Siyempre sa totoong boy, wala naman tayong sound effect na wink. I mean, ink, 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 yung ganun. Wala namang ganun. Wala rin namang sound effect na pag gumagalaw ka or tumatalon. So yun, in-enhance ko lang dito since cartoon naman siya. Of course, yung film color. So here's my color script. So basically, ito yung itsura niya overall, yung overall visual. So I'm happy na very, I would say na cohesive siya. Yeah, so sa first part kasi, kung makikita niyo, it's more of a sunrise feel. So dito parang natural progression siya. Wherein, sunrise, so more on calm, since start of the day, yung yung sunrise. So yun yung inumpisa ko talaga sa film. And then sa kalagitnaan part, of course, may pagka-afternoon-ish vibe. So dito kasi more on active na yung mga bata, naglalaro na. So dapat yung color pa lang nung afternoon may pagka-energetic vibe na talaga. And of course, lastly is yung sunset. So sunset more of a warmth talaga. Medyo, I would say na calming din siya since whenever I see sunset, napaka lang talaga chill niya. And then at the same time kasi sunset parang, of course, it parang signifies na patapos na yung araw. So ganun din yung story ko. So patapos na rin siya. So ganun siya. And then siguro yung sa muted colors ko, if napansin nyo, like from vibrant color si Koy and then transition siya to a muted color. So I wanted to show lang na kung gaano siya naging sad sa narinig niya dun sa mga sinabi sa kanya nung bata. So ganun. Since wala nga dialogue, so of course I had to parang i-clear talaga yung visuals talaga para ma-gets ng bata. Of course, lastly is yung conclusion. So it made me realize na importante talaga yung pag-balance ng visual style and narrative para talaga ma-deliver ko yung message na gusto kong ipakita sa audience ko. Like yun nga, since wala akong dialogue, so I rely it more on music, yung gestures ng characters, and pati yung facial expressions nila when they're trying to convey an emotion talaga. And then, of course, lastly, because of this animated short film that I made, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of how storytelling and design can really influence yung empathy, and teach my young audiences the value of being kind and open-minded. Oh, yun na. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And I would love to answer your questions without any forms of judgment. Yun lang. Thank you.
With that being said, our Q&A portion is now open. If anyone wants to give your compliments, your questions, please proceed to the nearest mic on the sides. And we already have one.
Hi, Jay. Nahirapan ka ba dun sa pag-film?
So for, to be honest, sir, hindi. Kasi, hindi. I mean, kasi ngayon kasi more on thesis talaga ako. So, dati kasi nung fresh ako, more on, I focus it more on major and minor subjects talaga. So, di ko muna tinake yung thesis ko. So, if I were you sa mga fresh, baka, if hindi nyo talaga kaya, baka pwede nyo unahin yung major and minor subjects nyo. And then after nun, pwede na kayo mag-focus more on sa thesis. And yun yung ginawa ko talaga. So that's why medyo na-enjoy ko pa rin siya despite sa mga challenges na na-face ko po.
I mentioned that because for two things. Kasi ikaw, isa doon sa mga pinak-chill sa yung mga consultations ko. Since week 1, almost done na yung film mo, post na lang talaga, audio and finishing touches. But also, inisip ko, this could be a series of children's shorts focusing on different values. Kaya pwedeng marami yan. And yun ang inaasahan ko na in the future, gawa ka pa ng marami. Lalo na since hindi ka naman masyado nahihirap.
Hopefully.
So congrats, Drake.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hello, Pao.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my God, ngayon lang kita nakilala. Pero nung napanood ko yung film mo, nag-iba yung impression ko sa'yo. Pero hindi naman kita ginudge in a bad way.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Ay, hindi yan ganon. Hindi yan ganon. Pero, wala, it just yung film mo, it goes to show na, like, how you are as a person. I don't know if I'm making sense, pero ang fun. Ayun. And I wanted to ask lang, like, how do you go about your yung comedy ng film mo? Kasi I believe that's like the strongest aspect sa film mo, yung comedy part. Ayun. Yes.
To be honest, nung una talaga, akala ko, originally, during pre-production, more on, dapat sad boy vibe lang siya, gano'n.
Ala, sad boy.
Kaso since, yun nga, target audience ko is bata, so I had to make it more, comedic talaga, yun talaga. So, yun.
Yeah, yun lang. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Sorry, my voice is a little dead for some reason.
Okay.
Forgive me if this question was already asked, but I think it's worth asking again. Why do you choose judgment specifically as your topic? Why not?
Okay. Well, kasi, to be honest, nowadays talaga, ako personally, pag nakikita ko yung social media, parang ang daming judgmental talaga. Okay, sorry, alam ko baka nanonood yung mga ko, pero ang dami talagang judgmental sa family ko minsan. Gano'n. Pag may gathering, gano'n. Parang, ba't ka tumaba? Pumayat ka, gano'n. So yun talaga, kaya gusto ko rin talaga i-pursue tong topic na to, itong judgment na to, kasi yun nga. Gusto ko rin talaga mag-start talaga sa ages 10 to 12, kasi nga, I do believe na once they transition sa teenage years nila, alam kong gaano na-influence yung teenagers talaga. Mabilis silang may influence ng surroundings nila, even yung mga friends nila. So, dapat by the time na nag-teenage years nila, may instill nila sa mindset nila yung pagiging kind and understanding instead of judging others talaga. So, yun.
I have another question. Wow, wait, I forgot. Hold on.
Go lang, take your time.
Oh yeah, because you mentioned earlier in your presentation that it related to how children and people are generally more judgmental in social media. My question is, why didn't you set it in a setting that's way closer to that? I like the direction that your film took, though, completely removed from social media to talk about judgment in isolation. But why not go pivot closer to social media then? Yeah, just why not?
Like yung setting ba? Do you mean?
Why didn't you relate it closely to social media and stuff? Why was that your choice?
Siguro gusto ko lang talaga cartoony talaga yung approach niya instead of let's say social media yung ko. Parang I guess hindi siya, I would say for me lang medyo baka mabore yung target audience ko. So gusto ko talaga cartoony talaga yung approach ko, so ganun din yung vibe niya talaga.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for the film as well.
Yeah, I was able to answer your question.
Hello, hi. Actually, first off, I really like your
film mo. Ang sobrang straightforward niya. And yung style niya is very defined and succinct. Actually, napanood ko na siya kahapon during the screening kasi nag-marathon kami ng partner ko ng mga films. Tapos nung napanood namin yun sa inyo, paulit-ulit kong sinabi, uy, parang Zig and Sharko yan ah. I'm telling you. Tapos nung nakita ko yung inspirations, I was like, wow. So in that department, ang galing, good job. Ang sobrang, I personally think na, like wearing your inspirations on your sleeve is a really good approach then when it comes to like making your personal art. And yeah, in that department, I really enjoyed watching yung film mo. And yeah, that's for the compliment. Pero ako, ang question ko, since gusto mo mag-approach sa ganitong parang early 2010s style, are you going to pursue it? And kung i-pursue mo siya, are you going to keep on using traditional hand-drawn 2D, or are you going to dabble pa sa mga other tools like Toon Boom or so and so? Kasi parang napapansin ko, medyo popular ngayon sa parang ganun na simplified, focused on younger audiences na style yung Toon Boom. Kasi dire-diretso na yung, well, kung familiar ka, yung pipeline, mas siya. Kaya mas madali siyang i-adapt, I guess.
Ako to be honest talaga, gusto ko talaga Toon Boom pa rin gamit ko, and at the same time yung style ng animation ko, hopefully maging siya, mga early 2000s ngayon, like in 2010, gano'n. Since yun nga yung kinalakihan ko when watching cartoon shows talaga. And siguro I guess hindi naman more on cartoons lang ako. So hopefully in the future, baka I could try different styles. Kasi to be honest ngayon, hindi ko kaya yung mga semi-realistic, realistic talaga. So kaya yun din talaga pinili ko, cartoony approach talaga. So yeah.
Thank you again, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I came back with more questions. Jump scare. Sorry. So the other question that I have, because when you were answering like Paolo's question, you mentioned that originally you conceptualized the film a bit like kind of sad boyish and stuff. My question is basically, how far in the pipeline did you pivot from making it a bit more sad to a comedy and stuff? Yeah.
Well, to be honest, in terms of the sad boy talaga, etong story ko na to, hindi siya talaga ganyan ka-simple before, during pre-production. It's more of I guess yung style niya may pagka semi-realistic siya. Kaso di ko lang napakita kasi kanina sa yung itsura niya talaga before. Kasi before talaga more on heroic talaga siya. Yung parang superhero siya na shokoy talaga. Wherein may kalaban siyang monster, ganun. Ganun talaga. So more on dramatic talaga siya. Sad boy nga, yun nga. Pero yun nga, since di ko kaya yung ganong style when animating talaga. So I had to transition talaga sa cartoony. Which is, yun nga, mas napadali siya talaga sa akin. And nagustuhan ko talaga yung paggawa talaga ng cartoons talaga.
Yeah, it works really well with the comedy anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Wait, I just want to share my sentiments because nung ani story ko, I had Sir Nelson and he showed yung and that's why alam na alam ko yung kwento mo dati. Like may room pa siya, right? Di ba? Dati may kwarto siya. Tapos kaya nataalala ko na yung magic ko habang kinukwento. But yeah, I'm so surprised, na-shock pala talaga ako sa shock ko, on how it happened now. So, congratulations, and do you have any last messages for the audience?
Well, siguro, I would like to say, yun nga, thank you for coming here, kahit hindi ko kilala. And I would also like to say thank you during the art market to those people na bumili ng merch ko, which is this. Yeah, this one. This one, yung keychain. And yung ref magnet, I believe, yeah. And even yung card art. So thank you for supporting my film talaga. It means a lot to me. And of course, I would like to say thank you sa mom ko and sa dad ko for supporting me sa course na animation. Kasi very supportive naman sila. And since wala siya dito ngayon kasi very busy din talaga siya sa work. And for sure baka nanonood siya ngayon. Ay ma, wag mo ko judge. And of course, I'd like to say thank you din sa mga friends ko din. Kahit wala sila dito, since yun nga, may kanya-kanya silang busy talaga. So yun. So yun lang, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dre. So, everyone pause. Ay, may hint. Ay, ayun na nga. Sige, kasama na kita dito. Okay, so we're gonna present our top 5. Our top 5, which is Press Pause by Kim, Ezra, Josh, Valdez.
Press ball! Press ball! K! I! M! Good!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. That was my film. Press pause. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. To everyone tuning in from the live stream, thank you so much for watching. Then, again, that was my film. Press pause. I'm Kimezo Josh Valdez, an aspiring background painter and visitive artist, and my goal is to keep growing as an artist and hopefully inspire others the way films, games, and music have inspired me. My film is about hustle culture. This is the glorification of overworking that leads to burnout and declining of well-being, and you'll also feel guilt around even slowing down. I chose this topic because it's something that I've witnessed and experienced for most of my life. I am from a not so well-off household. So extra kayod kami to just even make me attend Binild. My father, who was in the military, was always away. My mom, kahit nasa bahay, trabaho pa rin. Even my brother now, extra trabaho, ganun. Even my peers, my friends, colleagues, todo hustle din, especially around working on thesis. So I see the patterns, and unfortunately, I've also become a victim of hustle culture myself. With this in mind, I ask one guiding question. How might we convey to young adults the dangers of hustle culture and inspire them to explore their own solutions? This question is important to young adults aged 20 to 30, as we are, the group most affected by this pressure. Especially as we begin our careers, as we graduate and move on to bigger things in our lives, mas nararamdaman natin yung pressure to succeed, to reach more goals in life. And to communicate this message clearly, I built a story around a character who represents this experience. My main character, Vienna. Vienna is young, determined, and career-driven. Vienna is a young adventurer, determined to become a renowned adventurer, to provide a better life for herself and her father, Tinola. Now, Tinola here represents the long-term consequences of hustle culture. He's now living with the effects of that lifestyle, and because of his condition, he can no longer work and is fully dependent on Vienna. Here are my incidental characters. In my film, they are the embodiments of hustle culture itself. They represent the people, the systems, and the expectations that pressure individuals to keep grinding. The presence of these characters feel like normalizing the culture, even though it's entirely dangerous. With all the characters in mind, I'll move on to the art direction. Background design, my specialty. Here are my locations. We have here at the very top the Quest Board, the Guild Hall. This is where Vienna and other adventurers gather to get work. Here are the other establishing shots. Sa may grocery, sa may bridge, and of course my favorite shot yung sa tower na wala yung bell. Sa animation yun eh. Of course, the tavern where also people go to rest. And of course, the most important place of rest, yung nasa gitna, is yung bahay niya. As you guys can see, madilim. May isang point of, may isang source of light, which is the, yung nasa furnace. Nasaan? Now let's move on to my design overview. My film is mainly 2D to digital animation, fully inspired by Ghibli films and retro video games. I'm sure that everyone here has at least seen once one Ghibli film, right? Yes. For my sa first row, sa pinaka top, we have here the Act 1. And everything in Act 1 has the full has the CinemaScope aspect ratio, so medyo narrow siya. And I wanted that the beginning of the film that the main character is focused sa goal niya, kaya narrow. Then, as we move on to Act 2, nag-change ulit ng aspect ratio, naging 4:3 na siya, so mas lumiit. So, gusto ko i-convey na mas nagpo-focus na si Vienna sa hustle. Then, as we move to the later parts of the film, sa Act 3 or sa may resolution part, we now actually get to see the full picture in 1920 by 1080p resolution. Music. Sa music, I'm so very proud of what I've done for the music kasi, thank you po. My music is fully made to play as medieval fantasy vibes. Medieval fantasy vibes yung start niya, and it transitions into the video game style. And it's fully inspired by video game music and sound design. Example nun is Chrono Trigger. Yung fanfare nung sa start, yes, Chrono Trigger fans. Meron din ako part sa film ko, may part doon na mag-change na siya ng art direction into like this low poly style. Parang tinry ko i-emulate yung parang battle theme music ng Pokemon Go. Yung Pokemon na parang nagda-drop ng runs and notes. So parang nararamdaman niya yung stress na papasok na siya into hustling. Also sa end theme ko is ni-reference ko yung main theme ng Zelda, if you guys notice. It's my little homage to one of my favorite games. Yun po. And natatakpan yung last, but I also referenced the Kingdom Dance from Tangled. Lagi kong pinapakinggan yun to actually study for the music. Because before this, I have actually no solid foundation of how to make the whole orchestra. And shout out po kay Miss Teta. Actually, right before endorsement, yung music ko was just a piano sketch. Wala pa instrument, just piano. Tapos, after ng defense, dun ko na ginawa yung full orchestra. So, thank you po, Ms. Teta, for accepting that submission. Thank you. For my pegs and references, Zom 100, Episode 1, such a classic when it comes to burnout, overworking. And yung sorry beats nun, basically I got from Zom 100. And next is the most important lessons I've learned was from Kiki. The importance of slowing down nung nawalan siya ng magic because of, parang na-disillusion siya from her work. Next is Log Horizon for the video game vibes, video game feels. If you guys know the anime. Next is Uncut Gems for the stress. Gusto ko talagang mas stressful pa siya sa Act 2, yung sa hustle scene. And one of my most important reference talaga is yung Ghibli movies. I set it upon myself na yung film ko magkaroon siya ng at least to study Ghibli backgrounds para may standard ako ng quality to what I wanna reach. Like kahit sobrang taas ng standard ng Ghibli, if ma-reach ko man, good. If hindi ko ma-reach, nasa isip ko, at least I tried. I've learned a lot already from studying Ghibli, and I'm thankful na na-practice ko siya during this thesis, the whole thesis production. It all comes down sa story, sa visuals, and especially sa music. Yun po. I also referenced, natatakpan kasi siya I also referenced for the art direction yung low poly style, low poly 3D. One example is from Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, in reference ko rin sa music, and of course, RuneScape, OSRS. Sobrang tatakpan niya, sorry. For my themes, my story tackles the themes of ambition versus well-being. In Vienna, there's this internal struggle na nagsistruggle siya between the desire for success against our physical and mental limits, and also externally she feels pressure from society, family, and friends in our unfortunate circumstances that pushes us to exhaustion. I want this film to serve as a wake-up call about the dangers of hustle culture and overworking. I hope it encourages viewers to pause, reflect, and prioritize their well-being before it's too late. Always have this in mind, lalo na po sa mga nagtatakol na ng thesis. It's okay to be ambitious. It's okay to go the extra mile. Just remember to press pause. Okay. For my thesis journey, first of all, this thesis film was just supposed to be for, number one, for training. Kasi gusto ko pa talaga improve yung skills ko habang nandito pa ako sa Benild. And my turn of events, a lot was on the line for me personally. And so I was determined to finish my thesis film without fail. However, during pre-production, during AniPrep, I was diagnosed with hypertension. 3 araw ako di natulog before endorsement. Tapos, sorry. 3 araw ako di natulog, and the day after nun, pumunta ako sa clinic and I was diagnosed with hypertension. Nung dumating ako doon, there was this older prof na nagpa-test din ng BP. Tapos sabi nung nurse doon, mas mataas pa daw yung BP ko kaysa sa matanda na prof na nandun. So, medyo I was taken aback na kailangan ko talagang I want to focus on my health din. And like Vienna, I pushed myself too hard, overworking, and neglecting rest while chasing improvement throughout production. I was actively living Vienna struggles. Okay, production journey. Woo! Unproj 1, 3 stars. 3 stars, naka 3 stars ako, Unproj 1 kasi it's just writing stories, understanding the whole subject basically with overworking. Next is Unstory. Shout out kay Sir Tito if you're watching. I'm pretty sure I've consulted with you only 3 times during that term. 1 from the beginning, 1 midterms, and 1 during the finals. Pero nagkikita po kami every week for progress update, basically. Yan po. And approve naman ni Sir Tito. Thank you po. For AniPrep, 3 stars kasi nag-overwork ako. Kailangan ko bigang 3 stars sarili ko. I wanna be kind to myself. Unprod 1. The quote-unquote 50% na naabot ko. Pumasa. I give myself 1 star. Kasi, actually, sa Unprod 1, mostly layouts lang talaga yung na-finish ko. A little bit of animation. And pagdating ng Unprod 2, the first Unprod 2, because I took Unprod 2 twice, I dropped the first Unprod to work on the story, to work on other parts of my film. And now to the real Unprod 2, I give myself 2 stars. 2 stars because... 2 stars because first half na Unprod 2, I was mainly focusing on animation. So, parang 75% animation, tinapos ko siya by midterms. Then, Unprod 2, katapos ng midterms, I have to work on all of my backgrounds. And for Unpost, squeezin ko na ibang backgrounds na natitira. And I give myself 2 stars. Hopefully, Miss Danny. For my anime end, since hindi pa tapos, hindi ko pa tinitik. 3 stars. What do you guys think? 3 stars ba? Yun po. For my key takeaways, number 1, drink your water. Hydrate, rest, and prioritize your health. Like imagine, alas 3 na, and di ka pa kumakain. Dapat kumain ka. Next, know when to draw the line. Listen to your body, don't overexert yourself. Next, third one, don't forget to have fun. Never forget, kahit nasa kalagitnaan ng thesis, never forget to remind yourself to have fun. Play games, listen to music while working, just enjoy the process because that's what this is about, creating the film that you love. Po. Pang-apat, never too late to turn it around. Ikutan mo. Mistakes are setbacks are part of the process. Kahit, let's say, 1 week na lang natitira and you still have like 50% to finish your film. You have the power to finish it in 1 week. I've seen it before my eyes. You guys can do it. That's my one message to, especially sa mga younger students. I'm not saying na just do it last minute. I'm saying that you can do it if you were put in that predicament, in that unfortunate predicament. My last lesson, please press pause once in a while. That's all po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. Press pause mo na talaga. Okay. So we're opening the floor for any questions or compliments, and we already have our first. I don't know if this is an asking or a compliment.
I just got curious. Like, hi, Kim. The parent is named Tinola. The main character is named Vienna. Why are they food?
One advantage of having a dialogue-less film is you can name your character anything. And one good thing is about yung Vienna. There's a song, I forgot who was the artist. Yes, Vienna, yung start ng song is slow down, doing fine, parang ganun. So it fits with my character. It works. Coincidences, I guess. For Tinola, it's Tinola. I wanted to make it funny. Yun po.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello there. Congrats on your film.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just like to ask lang for the sound effects, since I know you seem to have a lot of fun with it. May I ask where did you get those sound effects? Just for reference.
Sound effects, not sponsored, but I know every thesis here in the room used the Pixabay. Recommended by Post. Yes, po. Thank you. Thank you.
So, hi, oh my God. I'm curious, how did you do yung animation mo? Was it like di ba lineless siya?
Yes.
How did you animate that?
Okay, this is actually like a funny process that I did. Kasi also this is my hacks ako pag sa animation ko. Are you guys familiar with the animator Komugiko? They animate yung nag-animate siya, hindi siya by 2s, by 3s consistently, pero okay pa rin yung movement niya sa kuhang-kuha. And it's like either may nakikita akong nag-skip ako 7, nag-skip ako 8 yung next frame, parang ganun. And yun yung one hack para sa animation. Pero I had to practice like doing the motion first. Also sa pipeline, I start with the rough drawing. Katapos ng rough drawing, nag-in-betweens na ako, breakdowns, and hindi na ako nag-clean up. I just go straight to doing painting the characters. After ng characters nun, maglalagay ako ng isang layer, i-multiply ko siya, i-clip ko siya, and basically airspray na multiply, naka 50% na color brown. Yun po.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. One last. I think me and my friends have asked this, pero I just wanna know, like, do you have any tips or advice when it comes to, like, painting yung backgrounds?
Painting yung backgrounds, I think the most important part is having like a clear process sa pag-paint sa pag-paint nyo, lalo na kung let's say nagpe-paint ka tapos agad ka nag-start sa color without doing like the sketch muna. You just need to have everything be put in before you wanna do the full execution basically. And I think what really helped me was learning yung pipeline mismo ng Japanese animation sa backgrounds nila. Kasi they put a lot of emphasis sa layout, solid drawing, just really have good drafting skills. Ideally, you need to be able to at least know how to draw whatever you can. And sa painting, you can just learn that with, well, you start with the color roughs, then you add the shadows, lighting, then you add the details. Yun po.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello po.
Hello.
I have a question. For each background, how long did it take you to fully render?
For the simple ones, let's say close-up shot na hindi siya ganong ka-important sa story, it would take me around 30 minutes to 1 hour. Tapos, when it's a bit more important, aabot ako ng 2 to 5 hours. And it's like a really important establishing shot, I would take my time and work on it for at least a day or two. Or a week kung gusto ko talaga. Like, yung tower shot, I did that, I repainted that so many times, makikita ng mga kaibigan ko. Dalan, shout out. Maraming paint overs. Thank you sa mga nag-paint overs. Thank you, thank you.
I have a second question. Which program did you use for painting and what brushes did you use often?
Painting, I use Clip Studio Paint. Sa animation din sa background painting. Yung sa brushes, mga ninakaw ko siya sa Photoshop. Tapos nilagay ko siya sa Clip Studio Paint. There's this really good brush pack sa Kyle T. Webster ata yun, yung watercolor na brush pack. I really recommend that, lalo na kung hindi kayo masyadong nag-explore pa with brushes. It's really good info. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So, start with the compliment na lang. Congrats, Kim, on making it sa Toontalk. Let's go! I remember yung mga late night VCs, tapos yung tutulog ako, tapos gigising ako na lang, tapos nandun ka pa sa Discord VC, nagpa-painting pa.
Yes.
So, congrats.
Thank
Really,
you.
I was super ganda ng film mo. I was super hyped when I heard the piano sketch pa lang before endorsement sa music mo.
Thank you so
Ganda
much.
talaga, bro.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask lang. I know na medyo, I know na na-ask na to, pero I wanted to get more detail. Ano yung key takeaways mo since you studied so many Ghibli backgrounds and you're like almost there na talaga? Like, what are your key takeaways in studying the Ghibli style sa mga backgrounds?
The Ghibli backgrounds, I think the most important thing is to remind na that Ghibli backgrounds are painted traditionally. So you actually have to dive in and learn how they do yung techniques sa pagpe-paint ng backgrounds nila traditionally. Thank you.
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we can only have one last question or compliment.
Perfect, because I'm gonna give him flowers. But before that, Kim, I remember I asked this from you before because I really wanted to learn about background layout. I just want to ask again, like, when one wants to do layout, BG layout in a way that you really excel, like, what are the things that they should really keep in mind?
Okay, number one, most important talaga is having good draftman skills. You should be at the point na parang you can draw anything, or at least some things at any angle that you can. Lalo na kung sa animations magdodrawing ka ng human figure, you can study the anatomy and you should study the human figure at any angle. And that thing also applies sa background. Kasi in background, you are the camera. nasa iyo nakadepende yung shot, yung space, at kung saan yung characters maple-place.
Thank you. And I just want to say one last thing before I give this flowers and finish it off. I just want everyone to recognize how crazy this guy is for excelling in backgrounds and then doing actual animation na like magugulat ako, like I thought I was the animation guy and this guy's crazy. And then also like he did his own music and then the sound effects sounded nice. Everything came together like this like yung story, it didn't feel any crooked. It felt consistent. The build-up was nice. The resolution was nice. It was awesome. Like I actually teared up like watching it. So thank you. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Idol, guys, watch out. Film nila. So good. For next term, please, watch out. Watch out. Precaution. You're gonna be so good next term. Hint yung nasa key takeaways ko. Yes. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Any one-liner na lang to give to everyone here?
1, 2, 3. Press and pause.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kim. So next, we have our top 4, which popped off actually because the title is Bubbles in a Bubble by Ashley Love You More.
going on sa... Ay. So, short introduction about me. Yung full name ko po ay Ashley Love J. Yumul. Pero yung artist name na ginagamit ko for sa online is Yumuli. Isa po akong aspiring animator who discovered her love for animation since 12 years old. So, nag-start ako sa 3D. And ewan ko kung familiar kayo sa SFM animations. Yeah. Doon ako nag-start and dahil doon sa SFM experience ko, doon nag-spark yung idea na, I think ito yung tamang career para sa akin because I actually enjoy doing this instead na mag-architect. So, I went for an animation career. And then, I particularly like, yung favorite part ko sa animation is rough animation. So, because I particularly like doing character movements and mastering yung 12 principles. And isa rin po akong digital artist. I enjoy practicing my learnings, yung mga bago kong natututunan sa art by drawing my interest. So, parang mga fan arts, mga ganun. Yeah. And moving on sa how might we statement ko. So, my how might we statement is, how might we help people with communication difficulties feel seen and reassured that patient, understanding, and safe spaces do exist. Yung objectives ko sa film na to, so first off, I aim to help the target audience to feel reassured that their struggles are understood in a unique way by using comic elements. Like, kita nyo naman sa film ko, I used comic dividers and speech bubbles. And second, I aim to make this film somewhat relatable to the general audience as well. Kasi I know everyone has moments where they also fumble what they want to say. Except yung target audience ko, they experience this on a regular basis. And I also aim to encourage people to be more empathetic towards people like my main character. So I made this somewhat relatable to general audience as well to somehow evoke empathy rin for these types of people. And yeah. And then, message ng film ko, babasahin ko na lang. Message ng film ko is, being in the right environment or circle is what these individuals need to truly grow their social life. And the right circle are people who allow you to feel safe despite your difficulties to express yourself. They are just out there who are yet to either be found or find you. And then, moving on sa design overview ko, yung animation type ko is kind of experimental kasi I did incorporate comic elements like interactive speech bubbles to symbolize yung speech ng characters ko. And also, interactive comic dividers to visualize yung isolation na nararamdaman ng characters ko. And then, I also wanted a textured, gritty line art to give off yung comic-like look. And then animation-friendly but cute character designs so I could enjoy doing the animation part since I'm an animation person. And then I also wanted to add halftones sa backgrounds because comics usually have halftones. And then these are my pegs and references. Ito yung mga ginamit kong inspirations. So, Scott Pilgrim and Kuruma is my inspiration for my character designs. And then, Into the Spider-Verse, naging inspiration ko siya for backgrounds. And then, this Spanish YouTube video animation, I did that, nirecommend siya ng isa kong friend. Ginamit ko siya as reference for the comic paneling. And then, for the animation style naman, nirecommend rin ng same friend. I use Punch Forever, YouTube video rin. Tapos, and then for the visual concept, I used Just a Thought by Disney. Nirecommend rin ng kaibigan ko, si May. Ayun, hello. And then, yeah. Synopsis ng film ko. So, there's this quiet high schooler who was just spending her recess alone as usual, and then suddenly a classmate who's overly friendly tries talking to her. So, what's this guy's deal? Ayun. And then, moving on to my production journey. So, ayun. Sa production journey ko, actually, my film, I did this film, yung napanood yung 4-minute film, I did this in just 2 terms. Kasi this film actually had the previous version which was 8 minutes long, and it transpired from an story up until before ako mag-take ng Unprod 2. So basically, I started this film na napanood nyo sa Unprod 2. Since, yeah, anyways, Aniproj. So, mag-start ako sa Aniproj to describe, para ikwento yung yung journey ko. So, Aniproj for me was the chillest. Although I don't really like writing sa papers, mga ganon, it was still the chillest para sa akin compared sa mga napagdaanan kong thesis subjects. And I also appreciate my interviewees because they gave lots of important insights na naging part ng message ng film ko na gusto kong i-impart. So, ayan, shout out kay Mark. Siya yung nagsabi ng message na to take things slow when talking, just like how you take things slow when blowing a bubble para di siya mag-pop. And then, okay. And then, one consultation with Miss Molly sparked the idea of implementing comic elements into my film. So, dito nabunga yung, yung idea na comic type yung animation ko. Then, moving on sa story naman, actually, pre-prod and story writing is not my favorite thing to do because I enjoyed the execution part more. So, I can't say na I enjoyed an story, but I still enjoy it. Ayan. And actually, yung previous story ko, yung 8-minute film ko dati, it was more about public speaking rather than conversational skills. Tapos yung development ng story ko, it got complicated kasi there's so many ideas na napubunga since comic type yung yung film ko, maraming nabubunga na ideas na, huy, gawin mo to, magandang idea to, and I was like, uy, oo nga, gusto kong lagay lahat ng idea sa film ko, hanggang sa naging complicated, di ko alam, naging all over the place na yung story ko. And still, shout out kay Sir Des for the really brilliant ideas. Thank you po. And then, next is Annie Prep. Yeah, like I said kanina, pre-prod wasn't really my thing. It wasn't my favorite. And doing the animatic was the most stressful part sa Annie Prep. And personally, I think the designs I made for the characters aren't well thought of kasi I just thought of them like on the spot. Like habang ginagawa ko yung animatic ko, I didn't really do any deep planning para sa character designs, but I thought that as long as it's animation friendly, since I actually wanted to focus on animation more. 10 minutes, okay. Okay. And then, next is Unprod 1. So, I did say na animation yung favorite part ko sa film making, animation making, but this was the most stressful one para sa akin, even though, yeah, ibang stress level siya compared sa Annie Prep. And by this part, pa-increase na ng pa-increase yung film duration ko because padagdag ng padagdag yung scenes na gustong ipadagdag para mag-make sense yung existing scenes ko. So from 6 minutes, naging 8 minutes, and I was feeling kind of lost. But despite that, I still ended up passing the 50% completion, even though I didn't feel really accomplished at all sa film ko. But, yeah, next. So, dahil doon, since I didn't feel satisfied sa film ko, I took a thesis term break. Tinanggal ko muna yung unprod to the next term para may time ako para improve yung film ko. Pero nag-take nga ako ng break, pero I didn't really progress much kasi super naguguluhan na ako sa story ko. I was starting to feel lost sa story tsaka art direction ko to the point na sinabihan ko yung mga gustong tumulong sa backgrounds ko. Yan, sina Kim tsaka si Ali. Sinabihan ko sila na di ko sila binigyan ng references para sa backgrounds ko. Sabi ko na lang, kayo na bahala sa backgrounds ko, tapos gayahin ko na lang art style nyo. tapos, ayun, I was feeling lost and super naging mababa yung motivation ko to the point na wala akong naging progress the whole term para i-improve yung film ko. And then, 2 weeks before Unprod 2, I had the what if thought. What if you start over again, but this time with a simpler story? At first, lang siya, what if thought lang siya, until it became realization. So, the new story I came up with was simpler and more relatable kasi it was, personally, I relate more to conversational skill issues rather than public speaking issues because public speaking issues for me, public speaking skills is more scripted, like you can prepare ahead of time. Pero conversational skills is more impromptu and I'm really bad at being impromptu. So because of this being more relatable to me, I had higher motivation to do this, to take the risk to redo my film. So because of that, a complete storyboard was finished in 1 day habang fresh pa yung idea. And yun, nag-take na ako ng unprod to the next term. Yeah, I did take the risk of starting my whole thesis. So by unprod 2, I only had a colored storyboard. So I only had 2 terms to finish everything from animatic to composite. Pero despite the challenge, the progress felt smoother despite the challenge. And in the end, I still managed to complete 100% of my film. So, ayan, shout out Miss Dani. And next, I took Anipost and Animend. For me, Anipost was the most fun because adding effects to bland scenes felt satisfying. Although, super painful ng After Effects kasi ang slow ng laptop ko. And yung film ko, since comic siya, marami siyang layers, kaya naglalag yung After Effects ko. But it's still fun in the end. Final thoughts ko sa film ko. For me, personally, I think my film could be better. But given the 2 terms that I had, I still felt proud because it's better. It turned out better than what I expected. And it's the best that I can do given my situation. And para sa akin, I'm not really encouraging you guys to start over your thesis if nasa same situation kayo sa akin. I'm just saying that if you feel like the risk is worth it, give it some thoughts or some deep thoughts before taking it. Like, just consider it. Like, mapapasimple niya ba yung buhay mo or masyadong risky? Ganun. And learnings and advice in terms of my How Might We and story ko. So, ayun, just like how we take it slow when we blow big bubbles so they don't pop, you should take it slow when speaking so you can complete your thoughts better, So taking your time is key. And as long as you surround yourself with the right people, you are bound to have good social life. Yan. So special thanks segment. First, I want to thank my profs, Sir Des, Sir San, Sir Pat, Miss Teta, Miss Molly, tsaka Miss Dani. Thank you po. I don't think I would complete this as much as I did if it weren't for my profs because they gave so much great advice. And yeah, thank you. And I also wanted, the next group I wanted to thank is Window kasi marami sa kanila nag-offer na tumulong sa dating thesis ko. So, pero hindi na natuloy. So, I still wanted to thank them for offering their help. And yeah, yung background na to by Hans, it was supposed to be for my previous thesis. Pero I don't allow any efforts to be wasted. So, tinay ko pa rin siya isingit sa closing backgrounds ko. So, thank you, Hans. Shout out. And then, syempre, for the babes, my OG friend, college friend group, I wanted to thank you guys kasi sila yung nagbigay sa akin ng safe space to express myself. Sa kanila ko nakaramdam ng the best comfort na marireceive ko sa friend group. And I just want to thank you guys kasi wala lang. After I graduate in 10 years, 20 years, or 200 years, I will always remember you guys as the people who made my college life the best school year I've ever had. And ayan, ay di kita yung drawing ni Naz. Oo. Pero yan yung drawings nila sa akin. Thank you. And of course, I want to thank my family for sponsoring my animation career. And they've also been very supportive sa art career ko. And I wanted to thank them for that. Especially nanay ko. Like kahit naghihirap kami financially, they still push through para matupad yung dreams ko. And also, I want to thank my dogs for being the best emotional support sa thesis journey ko. Ayun lang. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Lagay ko lang pa.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations. The Q&A portion is now open, so if anyone has any questions or comments, it will be gladly accepted. Thank you, Miss Danny. Okay, ayan na sila. Okay.
Hi, Umol. Hi, May. First of all, congratulations on finishing your film. It looks so good, even though you actually did it for like 2 terms. I wanted to say first and foremost that you improved your animation way a lot. I've seen you ever since the start of Anne's story, and then you wanted to push your animations even further, and that made me so proud that what you've become right now. So I wanted to congratulate on your film with this flower. Oh, yes, and I hope that your animations would shine even brighter. Even after graduating, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have a very bright future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi,
Ali.
Hello. Hello. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. First off, I'm so glad to have met you in college because for everyone's knowledge, Ashley is not only a good animator but she is a good friend and a good person. And kahit alam niyo yung thesis niya habang ginagawa niya and habang stress na stress siya, she still offers a hand to help us with ours. And that was such a great help. And I'm very excited for whatever's gonna come your way. I feel like your dreams, you'll achieve them.
and I'll always be rooting for you. We're the Babes is always rooting for you. And Mean also has a message, because some of them can't go, they're stressing for thesis, but sabi niya, "Hello Yumol, si Main to. I wish I could be there, pero congrats for finishing the film. I hope you know super proud kaming Birda Babes sa'yo. Naaalala ko pa yung time na inaayak kita mag 24 animation challenge on a whim, knowing na may prod pa tayo. Ha 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 ha. Pero you still managed to pull it off and finish it. I hope going forward, you never lose that passion you have for animation. Congrats ulit. And
Thank you.
flowers with your favorite color. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so messages.
Hello! Ayun, sobrang relatable yung film mo. Kasi I feel like before coming down here, para akong nagme-mental push-ups kung anong sabihin ko dito. But I've known your art parang before pa tayo personally magkita, mag-meet. And parang grabe, ang bangis ni Idol. Sino kaya to? Parang alam ko na sa animation
Compliment ni
niya.
Idol.
Oo. Tapos, ano siya, when I met you sa classroom, parang, wow, grabe, sobrang humble niya. Pero parang I was like looking at an idol, parang, wow! Wala lang. Nakakatuwa yung journey mo, and even nung story pa, pero you improved so much. And siguro question na lang para kay Lodi, gano'n. Paano, yung static scenes mo, how did you make it so dynamic? Yung parang kahit lang siya, steady, it feels like there's still movement.
Static scenes? Yung, parang nag-glitch si Lumi.
Kahit ano doon.
Ano lang siya, After Effects. Inabuso ko yung turbulent displays, mga rough and edges. Ganun lang, yun lang yung key for those type of effects. Tsaka dramatic aberrations.
Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Idol.
Thank you, Idol.
Hello.
Hello. I'm a huge fan of the motion comic direction that you went for, especially with how they bend and break, since I'm sort of like a comic manga fan, really huge fan of that. I was wondering, what was the thought process for planning each panel, from their shape to their size and how they moved?
I didn't really deeply plan anything kasi I did the storyboard in just one day, and I just winged it. So, parang bigla lang nag-pop up yung visual sa utak ko, and then parang translate ko na lang sa tablet ko. So, yung main things na nasa isip ko when planning my panels is make the panels simple, like wag masyadong maraming panels. I just wanted to make like the panels to be readable, like nakikita pa rin yung scenes na nangyayari. So, ayan, I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, you did. The panels are really great. It's
Thank you.
Really feel like you'd be part of a real comic.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will only be taking one question na lang. So, I'm so sorry. Okay, merge nyo na lang. Sige, pag-usapan nyo lang. Kung pare-parehas lang talaga.
Okay. Okay, I have two questions. Go, Yumon.
Don Ali.
First, what is your future plans for your career?
Future plans, mag-OJT. I'm thinking of, I don't know, like, maghanap ng, yung future plans ko is maghanap ng, siguro local or indie animation studios para, para ma-familiarize ako sa workplace. Tapos doon na ako mag-try, mag-aim for international studios. Ayun.
Okay, thank you. Second question, how was your transition from 3D animation to 2D animation?
how was my transition from 3D to 2D? Um, I can't say much because siguro na-inspire kasi ako mag 3D kasi dahil sa mga SFM animations na pinapanood ko dati. So, nag-start ako sa 3D. And then, nung nag-high school ako, doon ako nag-start maging addict sa mga anime. Di ba ano sila? Mostly 2D. So, ayun, since mostly 2D yung mga artworks na ginagawa ko, parang, parang kaya na siya i-translate yung experience ko sa 3D to 2D. So, I had no problems transitioning. Ayun.
Thank you po. Congrats on the beautiful film.
Thank you, Idol Ali.
Okay, so we are now wrapping up our Q&A and you would, oh wait, I just wanted to ask if you have any last message, kahit isang sentence lang for everyone here.
Express yourself, don't be afraid. Yun lang.
Okay, thank you so much. Very supportive. Okay, so we are down to our top 3 films. Ay, kinikilig sila. And I'm going to introduce our third film, top 3 film, which is sigurado ako magliliwanag buhay yung once na mapanood yun. Okay, and I'm here to present Ang Paliwanag by Sofia Theodora Adulia.
Abante, babae! Palaban militante! Palaban militante! Abante, babae! Sulong Gabriela! Lumaban makibaka! Lumaban makibaka! Sulong Gabriela!
Ayun! Nasaktan ka. Ano ba? Protest ka ng protest. Pero may nagbabago ba? You're wasting your time and energy para lang ipahamak sarili mo. Kasama mo pa yung mga taong hiling mag-ingay sa kalsada at manira ng mga gamit just to prove a point. Hoy! Tumingin ka sa akin habang kinakausap kita. Diyos ko, wala naman tulong yung mga pulis na yan. Nawawala na ng pag-asa si Nanay at Tay. Hindi ko alam kung mahanap pa kita. Bakit ka nawala? Nawawala ka ba dahil sa mga protesta mo? Naglayas ka ba? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan anong nangyari sa'yo eh. Nasaan ka na? kapatid ko na si Lori. Matalik kong kaibigan. Makalipas ang ilang linggo namin pagkikita, kinuwento niya ito sa akin. Nagkaroon ng enkwentro sa kanilang probinsya. Naikit yung pamilya mismo. Tumakas na sila dahil sobrang kapakanan. Wala silang makain, walang matirhan. Wala nang maasahan si Dory dahil sa pag-aapi at karasan na hinahanap nila. Galit ako sa kawalan ng justisya para kay Dory. Gusto ko tumulong, gusto ko ng justisya. Pero paano yung paglaban ng justisya para sa akin? Justisya para sa kababaihan ng aming organisasyon. Nag-donation drive at medical relief operations kami para kay Lord. At sa iba pang katulad niya, kailangan ipaglaban natin ang mga kababaihan, lalo sa probinsya. Nakipagtipon kami sa mga mababatas ng programa. Tumulong sila sa sulong mga karapatan.
Baka! Huwag matakot! Huwag matakot! Makibaka!
Kahit hindi gaano kalaki ang epekto, importante ay kikilos tayo para sa pagbabago at justisya para sa ating mga kababayan. Elira, is that you? Anong nangyari? Anong ginawa nila sa'yo? What happened to your mouth?
Tumahimik na lang kayo. Mapanira lang ang mga aktivista. I will not hesitate.
Ang totoo po, ay tinukod kami.
Ang gusto lang namin mapakita ngayong araw ay yung pasismo sa Estado sa mga aktivistang tanging hangarin ay paglaban ng mga kababaihan na biktima ng armadong tunggalan sa probinsya. Pero, ginagamit na lang ang dahas para ipagtigil ang mga pagkilos. Sa mga justisya ng mga sa Pilipino.
Tumahimik na lang kayo. Patayin ang mga aktivista at komunista. Tumahimik na lang kayo. I will not hesitate. I will not hesitate. I will not hesitate. Shoot them dead.
Bakit ganito? Sobrang nakakagalit. Hindi kailanman naging madali masaksihan ng pag-aapi sa aking kapwa. Mas nakakagalit at nakakatakot nga eh. Kung tututol ka sa kawalan ng hustisya, dahas ang itatapat sa iyo. Sa isang perpektong mundo, ang laban para hustisya ay walang katumbas na parusa. Ngunit sa isang perpektong mundo, may tunay na hustisya. Ngayon pa man, kinakailangan ng walang sawang pagtindig at pakikibaka para sa kinabukasan at hustisya ng lahat ng Pilipino. Higitan natin ang mga pangarap at panaginip sa paglakha ng isang makatarungan at ligtas na buhay.
Cecilia! Hi! Tinapos ko na mga ipopost na missing posters ni Elira sa simbahan kanina. May news na ba tungkol kay Elira?
Wala pa. Salamat ulit, Lori, sa suporta mo. Alam ko naging simbolo ng pag-asa si Elira sa'yo.
Oo, sa isa sa pinakamadilim na bahagi ng buhay ko, nandoon siya, kasama ko. Siya rin ay naging boses ko. Alam ko na tinulungan niya rin ang iba pang mga babae katulad ko. Hindi siya namili. Hindi siya kailanman humindi, kahit sino ka pa. Miss na miss ko na si Elira. Kung nasan man siya ngayon, isa lang ang wish ko. Sana, ligtas siya.
Miss ko na rin kapatid ko. Pero wherever she is, alam ko matatag siya. You know, her love made her tough. Kung nasan man siya ngayon, bumalik man siya o hindi, lagi ko siyang aalalahanin at magiging inspirasyon sa lahat ng gagawin ko. Hindi magsasara ang pinto sa pag-asa makakabalik ang lahat ng nawawala. Grabe naman kayo, guys. Ayun, guys. So, I hope you enjoyed my film, Ang Paliwanag. To understand my film better, here's my presentation. So, hello po. Hello po. I am Sofia Dulio. I am a 21-year-old artist, filmmaker, and activist. My primary aim is to use my art as a form of resistance and to amplify my voice for my advocacies. My political art revolves around my identity as a Filipino and as a woman, as seen to my favorite works. So, to get us started, here are some definitions. Red tagging is the practice of branding individuals who critique the government and system as terrorists or communists without any substantial proof of any unlawful conduct. This is used by the government in many different regimes. Desaparecidos, like Elira, refers to individuals who covertly imprisoned or presumed killed by members of the army or police in the effort to suppress or silence them. Moving forward, my how might we show the importance and relevance of activism while showing the importance of state red tagging. And my target market is politically unengaged individuals of any age and background. The reason why I chose this as my target market is due to the term activist is quite polarizing and controversial due to the popular connotations it has with communists and terrorists. The character to see this arc helps to provide insight onto the reasons behind activism and advocacy, the benefits it provides for a person and community, and the dangers posed by these connotations. To Elira, it is our civic duty to unconditionally show compassion and a resistance for a better future in an unjust system. Unfortunately, not everyone is sympathetic or aware of this. However, it is my hope that, despite the challenges in the way, my target audience can gather the importance of advocacy and continuous resistance. And here are my inspirations for the story. These stories tell the lives of victims of human rights violations, such as being victims of red tagging, desaparecidos, etc., and the implications of living in a dangerous fascist state. And for context on the stories of real-life people, the late Chad Buok was a UPT ComSci graduate and Luma teacher. He was killed in 2022 in the New Pataan massacre. Jed Tamano and Janina Castro were two women and environmental advocates who were abducted while volunteering for communities alongside Manila Bay affected by reclamation projects in September 2023. They resurfaced a few weeks later, and a not-so-fun fact, the sound bites in my red tagging sequence were inspired by their interview in the NTF LCAC presser in 2023. Lastly, Jonas Burgos was a present advocate and farmer. He went missing in 2007 and was believed to be abducted by the military. And until now, his mother and brother have been campaigning to bring him home. His brother was the director of Alipato at Muog. And the quote at the end of my film was from his mother in an Inquirer interview in 2011. Next slide, please. Next slide po. Oh, okay. And here's my art direction. I hope you can see the influences and inspirations I got from them. They inspired the second world scenes, the art style of the characters, and the experimental art style of the monologues. Next slide. Okay. You may be asking, why did I choose this topic? In the words of Dito Sarmiento, kung hindi tayo kikibo, sino kikibo? Kung hindi tayo kikilos, sino ang kikilos? Kung hindi na yon, kailan pa? He was a student journalist who was a prominent critic of Marcos Sr. during martial law. He died from a heart attack shortly after being released from political detention. This is one of many deaths caused by violent suppression from a fascist state. It was important for me that a lyric represented these kinds of martyrs as they died for their beliefs in truth, justice, and liberty. We, the people, have every right to be fierce at the nation and the world. And the mere fact that things can be better is enough of a reason to keep resisting. Although resistance can take on many different forms, my film seeks to demonstrate that compassion and advocacy for others, especially the oppressed, are essential for the improvement of our countrymen and the nation. With the powerful callous taxes in place to silence dissent, it mustn't deter us from continuing to advocate and resist for each other and the nation. And, if anything, it gives us even a more reason to fight. And I do hope my film fuels those who do fight, like Elira, as well as those who are like Cecilia, who may not realize the importance of resistance. I will show the behind the scenes of this film. Yes. So these are like snippets from AnProj to AniPrep, and you see my concept art and my animatic that is at AniPrep. Moving forward, here are some snippets of the animation progress. I would like to thank Sir Chino and AniProj too for helping me with the script, because he helped with the translation and the flow of the story. And I would like to deeply thank Miss Dani for essentially saving my film in AniPost, because she really suggested a lot of the cool effects and sound effects that you see in my film. Yes. Sorry. I would go forward with troubleshooting and how I got over them. So, unang-una, I really struggled with the lack of a streamlined process, such as in betweening my cleanups instead of the other way around, which leads to me carving out more time. And the lack of storage leads to me borrowing my mom's hard drive. So please get a hard drive and a backup often. And thirdly, and most importantly, the lack of intentionality and specificity for the story in the beginning. And I will show how I overcame this hurdle moving forward. In AniPrep, medyo problematic ang aking pelikula dati sa AniPrep dahil sobrang malawak ang kwento ko. This is important because I want to highlight the role of resistance in Filipino society throughout history, as we have always been revolutionaries. However, my panelists believed that my story was too convoluted and confusing, and thus needed to change it. While helping me revise my automatic, Miss Sheeta challenged me to really reflect on what I believe for, what I stood for. This led me to feminism and women's rights and safety. And that led to the creation of Lori Pilar, or Lyra's best friend. And fun fact, kinuha ko yung pangalan ni Lori kay Lori Barrios, isang aktivista noong martial law. Yes. If you know, these are the passes of Lori's story from Prod 1 to now, you see. Okay. My first pass in Prod 1 focused on violence against women in forms of sexual assault and harassment. But the consultants, hi Wovi and Say if you're watching, said that this particular issue was not really enough a reason to be red tagged, as it didn't tie into the deeply fixed systemic issues that are necessary to serve the 1%, such as feudalism. With that being said, my second pass in Prod 1 focused on violence against women from the military. So more focus on farmers and peasants issues, such as land reclamation. However, I didn't go through with this because this topic was too polarizing and complex, and I didn't feel the right director to put this topic in my film. My third pass was from a term break from thesis, and it focused on internally displaced people from armed conflict, and I added more characters like Lori's mom, as you see here, to really drive in the feminist themes. And fun fact, Hustisya para sa Kababaihan are inspired by organizations like Gabriela, Siningtala, and Amihan. Lastly, the version you see right now focused on internally displaced people. However, Sir Chino thought that the added characters made it too convoluted, and thus encouraged me to focus on Lori as a stand-in for victims of social injustice. With this, it made it easier to focus the involvement of activism in helping the community and enacting change. And if Lori is a stand-in for victims of an oppressive system, then Lyra's activism stands as a voice for them. Therefore, the final monologue needed tie-in with my film's final message. The final monologue was important for me as a filmmaker, as it was a personal reflection of how I view activism, red tagging, and blatant systemic injustice. It was also important for it to have a more hopeful and strong message to tie in well with the ending. As you can see here, the anime version was more bleak and violent. I didn't want my audience to gather such a bleak final monologue. This version had the same messaging as the blood of the martyrs will water the meadows of France from Do You Hear the People Sing? And I didn't feel that kind of messaging was right for my ending, as it was too bleak and violent. The current version was created after being inspired by a deep conversation I had with my colleague, hi Liwa if you're watching, where she pointed out that a perfect world isn't one where dissent isn't punished. It is one where injustice ceases to exist. Until then, we will tirelessly try to make the world a better place. We will fight for it. I will move forward with advice. As your senior, I want to share my advice for those currently in their thesis journey. Unang-una, please ensure that your story and research are rock solid at the very start, so you won't have a hard time animating and fixing your story at the same time. Because honestly, I have a lot of discarded scenes and scripts because I didn't have a strong research and story from the very beginning. Secondly, listen to your professors. Openly converse with them as well, especially outside your thesis, because learning is not just limited to your academics and thesis. I learned a lot from the industry and life by talking to them casually, and I really appreciate it, and I will miss it when I graduate. Thirdly, consult as much as you possibly can. I have been super annoying to everyone, like watch my film, because it helps develop your film when it's not limited to your own bubble and understanding. Fourthly, utilize all resources that you have access to. Experiment to your heart's desire. Lastly, always keep your heart open and never stop learning and growing. Go out of your comfort zone. This film would have not been made possible without me going out of my comfort zone. I learned a lot about myself, activism, being a Filipino, and the current state of the nation, and I will continue to learn more forever. Before I conclude, I would like to give my deepest gratitude to my parents and brothers for supporting me through my college journey and giving me every opportunity to thrive and do my absolute best. I literally couldn't be where I am today without them. I would, no. The furries who stayed by my side through my stay in animation, filling the days with laughter and love while making the experience less stressful and burdensome. My friends who have supported me and outside of school, my colleagues and the masses who have learned so much from them. For Jason, for helping me DIP in one scene when I needed to rush for midterms. My talented voice actors, Ezra and Levi, for bringing such life to the characters. My talented composer, Kyle, for comprehensively tying in this film with its beautiful music. All my advisors and mentors, thank you so much. For Jackie, Julie, and Claire for helping me prepare for my defense presentation. For Wovi, Seiya, Liwa, and Sky for your patience as my story consultants. For CSA for being my organ benealed. And to anyone who has inspired and enabled me to resist and fight for the people for what's right. For my final words as I conclude this presentation. Ang totoo po ay walang talagang hustisya ng masang Pilipino. Gusto ko lang ipagkita ang aking pelikula. Ang mali-mali po ang lataging. At walang karapatan ang gobyerno, sistema o kahit sino man na isulong ang mga karahasan na ganito sa masang Pilipino. Kung bulok ang sistema, hindi ba dapat tama lang ang tayo kumilos at mag-aklas? The many stories of people resisting in the struggle serve as a victory of defiance, big or small, against oppression, and as a voice for the martyrs who died for their beliefs in truth, justice, and liberty. I truly hope I will be able to live in a world one day where the issues presented in my film are relics of the past, where people won't fear for their lives every time they speak out and advocate for their countrymen, and as well challenge the callous oppressors and broken systems that aim to exploit us. Until then, I'll be using my voice and my art to push my values to the forefront. Service of desaparecidos, stop the killings. Hands of activists, artista ng bayan na yun po na lumalaban. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Okay, so unfortunately, due to time constraints, we can only have 3 to 4 people who can ayun, perfect, yeah. Ayun na. Okay, so I'm opening the floor for questions. Let's do this.
Ayun. Ayan ang sambayanan. Hayawi.
You can call me that in public. Okay. on behalf of Reed, congratulations, Sophia Ranquesa. I don't have any questions. I just want to say, I'm so proud. We are all so proud of you. I mean, your film, is. I feel like this within all the films I watched today. I feel like it's so powerful, and thank you for using your art and your voice. I think I can speak for not just the Freddies, but for everybody. Thank you so much for using this opportunity to speak out on what's right. And thank you for speaking on justice. And of course, with your efforts, not just figuratively, you need your flowers. So here's some flowers for you, literally.
Thank you. Love you guys. I really love you.
Hi. I'm not from CSB, but I'm here because I wanted to support you. So, and I'm very proud of you. I really love how you used your message, and I really love how you framed it. It's very emotionally resonant, and it's very well researched and well framed. I would love to give flowers, but I don't get any. But
It's okay. Thank you so much, Enzo. I love you.
But I will add lang, just a question, or just clarification. At the very beginning, I remember, I forgot her name, but the main character, yung
sister. She started at the right side of the film. After she had her revelation, she was at the left. That was intentional, Ines?
Um, I don't know. I really don't know. Actually, if I'm being honest, a lot of people, when I show them my film, like especially the final one, they know it's like, oh, this thing this is intentional. Like, I don't know, dude. I'm so tired. Like, I didn't realize. But up to you. Up to you if you want to believe in it. Yeah. So it's up to you. Everything's up to interpretation after all.
Okay. Before I go, I will just say I'm very proud of you, and I'm so happy that you embodied what it means to be an artist, which is using your platform to, sorry, I'm having a hard time. Using your platform to showcase reality. So I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Enzo. I love you, man.
Okay, so just a reminder again, we've already had 2 people. So last 2 na lang from, 1 per side. I believe. I'm so sorry.
Hi. First of all,
hi, May.
Great film. The movie. I mean, the film was so powerful. I actually was so stun-locked. Like, I was shocked because it was actually so good. Like, but I have a question in regards to the character design of like the 2 characters. I noticed like the 2 sisters have like turtles, and like the one character has like its turtle like its belly shown, and the other one is like the shell is shown. Is there like any like symbolism with that, or like?
Honestly, with the turtles, because my best friend, si Wovi, he has a turtle. So when I was consulting him during Annie Brunch, he recommended that I put the turtle to represent resilience, because that was his turtle neck is for him. So that's why it's on Lyra, the activist. Pero when I showed my film to my dad, like literally like a month ago or 2 months ago, he suggested that si yung ate has the clip as a turtle as well, to represent na she's going forth with her sister's advocacy. So it's more like visual storytelling as well. I didn't realize now there's like significance on like the side of the turtles, but for me it's none, but up to you. So, yeah.
Oh, I see. Anyways, it's a really good film. I really love it.
Thank you so much.
You deserve that spot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too, great film.
Hello. First, I really want to start with praise, because watching that film gave me, okay, this might be crazy, but it really made me feel like you gave me like, I don't know how many minutes was the film, sorry?
My film is actually 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
No, perfect, because you gave me 11 minutes of safety. You gave me 11 minutes of solidarity, knowing that there's other people like that who feel the exact same way about these topics. Because I've also read up on all of these people who've been abducted, falsely accused of being, terrorists, just because they're pointing out like very obvious flaws in the system. And I think that your film really does a great job of, just inciting like this kind of passion towards people. Even I would like to believe towards people who aren't even, as politically engaged as activists. I think I really like that you focused so much on not just the political aspect of the film, but also the character relations, because I think it really makes it easier for the general audiences to empathize, without thinking about like all the nuanced political statements. At the end of the day, you just miss your sister. And I think that the message itself is just really impressive. I'm really glad that you chose like this opportunity. Like, college is around like 4 years, right? So like you spent like that time like really like cooking, really boiling, and really just like investing your time just to like come up here and say, man, let's fight against fascism. Thank you so much.
Anything against fascism. That's actually my coping for the past month or so.
Yeah.
Ask Miss Danny. Everything can say to her.
I can relate to that. But I'm sorry, I do have one question. My friend really wanted to ask you this, because we are on the topic of trying to convey this kind of, yeah, essentially like giving like people who are politically unengaged like awareness towards like these topics. Then let's put the spotlight on you. What inspired you to be this passionate towards these topics? How did it begin? What influenced you? What gave you the courage to stand here today and say, "Man, this sucks"?
If I'm okay, some lore, personal lore.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of context, actually my Lola, my dad's mom, was kind of politically involved because she was 14 or 15 when martial law was declared. And she told me the story, it's my favorite story throughout my entire life, where she was in an underground organization copying pamphlets for like basically propaganda against the Marcos regime. So she literally like wrote it down by hand because they didn't have typewriters back then. That's really hard. And then she told me the story where she got caught by the nuns in her school because she didn't want an innocent student, an underclassman, taking the fall for her. And she knew how dangerous it was, and she still stood up for it. And I remember her telling me the story when I was 8, and it's still my favorite story at first. And I think that story was really the benchmark of my passion or like my need to use my platform, my art as a platform for these kinds of issues. Because I think as artists, we underestimate the power we have in storytelling and our ability to create, and we should utilize it more, especially right now where the world is becoming so dangerously fascist, and we need our resistance. We need to stand up and fight for what's right, because who else will? Kung hindi tayo aktibo, sino ang aktibo?
Thank you so much. And again, congratulations for making this film. If there's anything, there is one thing I'd like to say. If there's at least like, sorry, I can't really like speak for everyone in this theater, but at least you can assure that I'm definitely on that side. You definitely gave me like that same kind of passion, or more like you were able to, yeah, really gave me like a moment to really feel like, you know, there's at least a little bit of hope left in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are the hope, okay? We are all the hope. Don't ever forget that.
Okay, I think we can have one last message.
Thank you so much. It's all right. I'll be really quick, like only 2 minutes. So.
Only 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am James. I am Soph's friend, and I'm also a fellow activist from DLSU. And because of that, I think this short film really spoke to me. It spoke to my heart, and I really think everyone should watch this. More people need to be aware of what activism is and why it exists, and the threats they face on a routine basis. I hope the story of Elira rings throughout the minds and hearts of each and every one of you. We are living in a time of political crisis. Filipinos are suffering from constant floods, rising prices, threats to their livelihoods, while corrupt officials engorge themselves using funds stolen right from our pockets. The story of Elira shows that as long as there is this reality, people will fight. That is what this film shows to me. That people will resist, whether it is with a megaphone or with a gun. People will do anything to make the world a better place. Thank you, Soph, for showing that truth. Abante! Babae!
Palaba militante!
Makibaka!
Wag matakot!
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, James.
Okay, so
hi, Mom.
Okay, for just a short message and to personally congratulate you for all the effort. Honestly, I didn't watch the film, not like my husband, only because I wanted to allow you that space that creative space to push yourself and to produce something that's truly your own. And it takes a lot of guts and confidence and really just authentically believing on what makes you you. Because this is very different from how I am, even if I'm from UP. I am not, or I wasn't even an activist like this, not even during my time. We all, in our family, we all continue to have our own advocacies in our own ways. And I encourage everyone in the room to take your own advocacy, not in exactly the same terms, because it takes time for parents to feel comfortable doing this, seeing your child doing this. But congratulations, you're so loved. This room is filled with so many of your friends who truly believe in you. So I congratulate you. Salamat, Mom.
Thank you so much, Soap. And another round of applause for ang paliwanag. Ang dami yung flowers, nakakatuwa. Okay. So, hindi na ako papatumpik, but eto na tayo with our top 2 film. So, you don't need to beg for this one because Hook already caught yung attention of faculty. Okay. Okay, so I'm proud to present our top 2 film, Hook by Tiffany Ledesma.
Like and subscribe. Voila!
Let me see. Oh. Sorry. So about me, my name is Tiffany Gila Dasma. I'm from ID 122, and this presentation is probably gonna give whiplash from the last one. I like viewing my life through the lens of a cartoon. What do I mean by that? If something bad happens to me, I'll be okay with it as long as it's funny. That's foreshadowing, by the way. So my priority is to amuse people with my art above all else. So everyone's familiar with like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And the very bottom is like the very basic needs. For me, the bottom of that hierarchy is being funny, making myself laugh, which is super important. Okay. So the issues I wanted to address with my film was the attention economy. So who among you guys has heard of this term before? Raise your hand. Okay, some of you. Okay, cool. So if you guys aren't familiar, attention economy is basically a theory that our attention kind of give me a second. Our attention kind of like functions like a resource. So there's also like supply and demand, and it could also be exploited. It could also be commodified. So that's kind of what I wanted to explore. And I also wanted to address the addictive properties of online spaces. I'm sure all of us are familiar. And lastly, distraction as a coping mechanism. So some themes that I also had in my film were like escapism and isolation, stuff like that. So the how might we is, how might we decrease dependence on online stimulation so that we can reconnect with reality? So the two conflicts or the two threats that I wanted my character named Kai to come to terms with is the first one was like a looming threat of having to graduate, having to face the future, having to become an adult, and having to get a job. And then there was a more direct, a more immediate threat of the fire that's kind of happening nearby. So I wanted to show how this state of distraction can be detrimental to both immediate and future long-term threats. So for the inspiration, yes. So for the inspiration, kind of the biggest one for like how the way the film functioned is this film called Afternoon Class by Osro. I don't know, I feel like some people have watched. It's kind of famous on YouTube. It's basically like about this guy who's like trying not to fall asleep in class, but it's like, it's shown through really exaggerated and cartoony ways, and I kind of took inspiration from that. And I also was heavily inspired by the works of Victoria Vincent, or Voon? Yeah, I was going through the previous Toontalks, and a lot of people also put her as their inspiration. I was like, wow, I'm not special. And then lastly, one film that really inspired me and really helped me, it wasn't before I started my film, but like kind of during the production, it's the film Mind Game by Masaki Yuasa. I was really struggling with like the backgrounds and the direction I wanted to take with the backgrounds of my film. But once I watched that, dude, it was like, that's what I want my film to look like. So highly recommend you guys watch that one if you're interested. So for the visuals, the biggest thing that I wanted to depict was contrast. So like a lot of other films, there's like the two worlds thing where there's like the real world and there's the digital world. So for Kai, the real world is boring, it's monotonous, it's just very rudimentary. So I wanted to be monochrome, but it's real life. So it has texture, it's gritty, and it's messy, but it feels real. There's lighting, etc. But then the digital world is more saturated, it looks more fun, it's colorful, it's a lot going on. It's a bit overstimulating, which is kind of the point. But it's really flat. There's not that much lighting, so kind of subtext, whoa. And then it's not that noticeable, but in the real world, I animated on 3s, but then on the digital world, I animated on 2s to make it more like, there's so much going on. But low-key, I think I should have animated the real world on 4s. Anyway, this is my color script. Yay! Give it up for the color script! So yeah, like really desaturated for the real world, and then the fish named Pond, by the way. And the names kind of don't matter, but you know, the fish named Pond goes through the screen and then everything gets colorful. And then, but the moment Kai gets that sobering reality, like, oh gosh, there's this actual real fire going on, then suddenly the room, instead of being blue, or like earlier, now it's all warm toned, but not like in a cozy way. It's like a warning, like you're gonna get burnt, maybe. And then when you go back to the digital world, it's a bit more dangerous looking, and then they kind of focus and go into that, what do you call those isometric view of the room where they kind of have an sort of out-of-body experience. It's a very abstract moment, and it's like all blues and reds contrasting. And then in the end, it's finally like these pinkish purples, like dreamlike colors. Like finally, we're back to normal. So for the production, for picking my thesis topic, it was quite literally like I don't know what to do. So I had a few options. No, this is like fully on me because the deadline of the topic submission, I kind of picked one like 3 days before. So we're gonna learn throughout this presentation. I'm a very irresponsible person, and you should not be. Are there any frosties in here? Any lower batches? 0, period. Anyway, anyone who hasn't taken thesis yet, this is gonna be a cautionary tale. So it's not that I don't care about my topic, but I have one chance to have a Toontalk, and the least I can offer is honesty. So I really have to admit that I like my topic, but I'm not the most passionate about it, and that makes me feel kind of bad because it's kind of like I squandered my potential, and maybe I could have done it again from the start, but you know what? Let's discuss that later. Anyway, for the prod, it was kind of smooth. Actually, I remember I was having an Animan session with Sir Des. Hi, Sir Des, shoot from my heart, Jaeyoung. Anyway, I was having like a talk with Sir Des, and he was like, when you do your presentation, all the drama that you experience during production, save it for Toontalk. And I was like, but Sir Des, like literally nothing happened. I don't have any drama. Foreshadowing. I was like, it's kind of going too smooth, actually. Like literally nothing's happening. Yeah. Animated on Toon Boom, Photoshop for the backgrounds, just stuff like that. It really was smooth. Like I was strapped for time a bunch of times, but that's mostly because I was procrastinating and playing mobile games. So again, I'm a very undisciplined person. We're gonna use this as a cautionary tale. But like for me, the funnest part was Anipost. Oh. So the funnest part for me was Anipost because from the start I knew that my film was gonna be really like effects heavy and it was gonna rely a lot on like the visual effects. So it really felt like my film was finally getting to where I wanted it to be during Anipost. And another part that I really loved was doing the sound design. So shout out to Sir Chino and Sir Yo. Yay! Ne. So advice, a lot of people said this already, but yeah, backup, not just software backup, hardware. Get a USB, save everything on a separate hardware because my production Bible, I remember before my Ani-Prep defense, my production Bible, the Photoshop file, because stupidly, I was putting all of my pages in one Photoshop file, and because it was so heavy, it got corrupted. But it's okay, I was able to redo a bunch of it before the defense, but I thought that would be the worst of it. Anyway, the next piece of advice is choose the workflow that works for you. Originally, I was gonna put, you guys should always do the difficult parts first so you don't cram it all in the end. But I realized that I did do all the difficult parts in mine during the end, but I realized that if I did it towards the start, I would have spent way too much time on it that I wouldn't have had time for the majority of other scenes. So as long as you're responsible about it, you should choose the workflow that works for you. And then next, reference real life. I know a lot of us love our favorite animated shows and stuff, but as much as possible, let's try to reference real life because sometimes when we reference other animated media, it kind of cannibalizes itself and we just end up referencing like the animated parts without really understanding the fundamentals. So let's understand those fundamentals. And of course, take care of your posture. Oh my God, y'all. When I was in Annie and Story, my default posture was like this. Now, after Anprod 2, it's like this. So, not great. And okay, let's address the elephant in the room. What's that last one? Don't eat expired cheese rolls with the lights off when you're lactose intolerant. So, little did I know, the biggest roadblock, the biggest challenge of my thesis journey would come at the very end. And how very end do I mean by that? I mean 1 day before my finals defense. Because what happened? Food poisoning. I got the worst food poisoning of my life. I was eating a cheese roll in the dark and it was expired, so that's my fault. But to be fair, it said expires November 18. It was November 18, 1 a.m. So it was like barely November 18. So I thought it was still okay. And then, the lights were off, so maybe it could have had mold. I wouldn't have known. It tasted normal. So, guys, be responsible with what you eat, basically. So I had really, really bad food poisoning. I was eating it, and then like a few minutes later, I was texting my like, girl, my stomach hurts. But that's normal. My stomach always hurts. She was like, oh, it's okay. You'll be fine. I was like, no, I feel like puking. And she was like, oh, maybe you should vomit then. So I was like, okay, I have to throw up. So I went to the bathroom and I threw up. And I was like, okay, that's probably the last of it, right? That's probably all of it out. I feel like all of it's out. It was not. So that was 1 a.m. I ended up in the bathroom until the sunrise was there. And it was really bad. I was like, God, what am I gonna do? I still have some sound stuff that I have to work on. My presentation isn't finished. I'm cooked. I'm washed and chopped and cooked. So I had, oh my God, my guardian angel, my savior, I had to email, Miss Erica, can I please transfer my defense to the day after tomorrow? Instead, I have food poisoning. She was like, oh, sure, no worries. My savior! Shout out to Miss Erica. Thank you so much. So, thank you, Miss Erica. And thank you, panelists, for letting me do... Like, I'm sorry that we had to end on a story about food poisoning, but, like, it was kind of like the climax of the thesis journey. But, yeah, I was able to recover thanks to my parents. Shout out to my parents. They're not watching. I didn't send them the link. But shout out to I'm going to send them the link later. They're going to watch it later. So thank you to my parents for helping me recover, and I was able to finish my sound stuff and my presentation stuff in time. So clutch. But guys, please be responsible. Don't be stupid. Don't be like me, please. Okay? So thank you, everyone, and thank you to all my oomphs who supported me. Thank you to my best friends. I know you're watching. I'm gonna name them one by one. Thank you, Moki. Thank you, Binky. Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Leg. Thank you, Ant-Man. I love you guys so much. Binky, I know you're in the stream commenting right now. I love you so much. I miss you. See you in December. And thank you to all my profs who helped me and gave me a lot of advice. Thank you, Sir Des. Thank you, Miss Danny. Thank you, Sir Yo. Thank you, Sir Chino. Thank you, all my profs. And yeah, basically, that was my film hook. I hope you have... Sir Yo, can we finish? That's my poster. Thank you. Everyone was... Thank you. I hope everyone has a pretty good takeaway from my film, which is, I know it got unserious at the end, but basically what I do want to say is, the internet was made as a tool for us humans to use, so we should focus on using it as it was intended instead of letting it control us instead. Thank you so much.
OMG.
Okay, so thank you so much, Tiffany. That was great. Damn, nagising ako dun bigla. Okay, so I'm opening the floor for questions and feedback. Everything is appreciated. Ayun. May sila.
Hi, Tofu. Hi, Saman. What's your favorite food?
Not cheese rolls. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, next. Sorry.
Okay,
No, I want to hear.
Next question. Next question.
Okay, next question. Di namin na-gets yung fire. Bakit may fire?
Oh, as I kind of alluded to it earlier, I wanted to show some kind of natural disaster because I wanted to show an immediate threat in the vicinity of my character to show how their distraction is, again, detrimental to immediate and long-term threats.
Okay, thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much. Curious George over here asking for everyone.
Jackie.
Hi.
Well, I don't have a question about the film. I just very much relate to it. I was watching and I was like, oh my god, pretty colors. I'm so tired. I want to watch more. That's me at 2 a.m. Anyways, well, my question is, how do you stop getting hooked on like? Do you have any advice on like, how to be more hooked? How to be more responsible and stuff? As somebody who also struggles?
I never used to struggle this much with like paying attention stuff until I started working on this freaking film. Like, that's so ironic, isn't it? Yes. I was like, I could work on my thesis, but let me play Hatsune Miku game for the 6th hour in a row. Like, yay! Exactly. I'm genuinely not the right person to ask, but I guess what I could say is, something that does help for me is to set a timer. If you're gonna take a break, you set that 20-minute timer, you set that 10-minute timer.
Like, it really helps. And you make the alarm really annoying, so it gets extra effective. That's all I can say. Because, like, long-term wise,
I get that. Thank you. Nice film.
Hi, Tofu.
Hi, Ella.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, really great work. I was really hooked. Okay, so the question I wanted to ask, I'm not sure you probably didn't mention, but what made you choose for like these symbol of addiction to be a fish?
Okay, so one thing I think I did eat with when I was designing the characters. So for the fish, for Pond the fish, whose name doesn't matter, it's kind of a cross between an anglerfish and a goldfish because like in the other film, they mentioned that goldfish or like fish are like kind of a symbol of having like a low attention span. Because like sometimes people are like, oh, you have like the memory span of the attention span of a goldfish, And then I also wanted to combine it with an anglerfish because the light that lures the prey in. That was kind of like the whole draw. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Tofu. Love
Thank you, Ella. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love your film. I love the contrast between the real world and the digital world. Anyway, I know you already explained how you chose your research topic and such, but I am still curious on, out of all the topics that you could choose, why did you choose the attention economy? Like, did that just stand out the most, or was it the one that just stuck the most? Like, do you have any other reason?
So yeah, I was like kind of listing down topics that I was like curious about or would potentially pursue. And then when I was looking through papers, I did come across one that was specifically about the attention economy. And it's something that even though some of us might not realize it, it's something that really all of us know about, but maybe we just don't remember or we don't know the right terminology for it to go by, which is the attention economy. So once I read it, I was like, oh, I was like recognizing all these patterns. So I was like, okay, I want to go with this one. Also random, but like the one time I've ever heard the attention economy as like the words attention economy show up in a movie, it was in Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. If anyone knows that movie, there's like one scene where she's like, oh, because we live in an attention economy. I'm like, oh, that's my thesis. Thesis mentioned. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. I love your film.
Thank you.
Okay, we have from YouTube.
I hope it's Binky.
Bonky siya. Siya ba to?
Yup.
Ayan. Sabihin ko na lang from here. I'll start first with Sir Chino.
Yay!
So, asan na yung Sir Chino? Ayan, sabi ni Sir Chino, awesome audio editing, Tofu. Actually, awesome project. And then, of course, with your favorite best friend, sabi niya, I'm in tears. Oh my God, girl, I am so proud of you. This is so good.
There's so many.
Sir, babasahin ko yung konti. Tears streaming down my eyes. I'm your biggest fan. And then, yeah, she says, saranghe, and
Binky.
Okay, I think that's it. Oh, okay. So, iko-close ko na ha. So, Tofu. I just, ngayon ko na nalaman Tofu pala. Do you have any closing, anything you want to say to the audience before you go? Before you go back to your seat?
Just in any way you can, with the help of as many people as you can, or your loved ones, you guys gotta lock in. That's it.
Thank you so much, Tofu. You may go back to your seat. Grabe, nakaka-hook talaga ang top 2 film natin. But of course, last but not the least, of course, syempre, sinikilig na sila, hindi ko pa sinasabi, no? Ayan, okay, we have our top 1, sigurado. Ito yung nag-strike ng chord talaga. Sinikilig siya. Okay, so I'm honored to present our top 1 film, Simon and the Heart by John Dave Pruna.
current technologies such as Facebook feeds, doom scrolling, online services, and AI, as well as one's current environment like college, the weather, even the current political climate can induce loneliness in a person. Last but not the least, I chose loneliness because this film is loosely based on personal experience from elementary, high school, all the way to first year college before shifting here in Benil. So, ayan. So, of course, as it required of us animation students, I did a study and inquired my interviewees about loneliness in general. Upon compiling their answers, one question caught my eye because everyone's answers were the same. The question was, ayan, how do you overcome loneliness? So, the first thing I noticed is that people turn to number one, hobbies. As you can see here, like for example, there is arts, Twitter, gaming, drawing, volleyball, even collecting Apple products can alleviate feelings of loneliness. Those hobbies can alleviate feelings of loneliness because for the time being, people are satisfied with their own company by doing what they love the most. The next trend is, of course, ayan, relationships. Like before, as we can see here, yan, as you can also see here, binivisit yung roommate, wanting to be with family, group of friends, and stan Twitter, yan. Relationships are what people assume to be the solution for loneliness. And yes, that may be partly true, but we have to keep in mind the quality of relationships, that sense of belonging that can only be found in friends, family, and / or a found community. So from this, we come up with this message. So the message is, one small risk, in this case, picking up hobbies and forming relationships, can snowball into weights taken off one's shoulders. So for this film, and from there we formulate the how might we statements. The how might we statement. How might we show the effects and importance of hobbies and relationships as a sustainable way to manage loneliness? So for this film, I chose young adults for my target audience, 18 to 25 of age, of any gender and background. Because loneliness, yes, loneliness affects everyone, but also because young adulthood is also the period of turbulence, self-discovery, and independence. Going to college, being separated from family, making young adults most prone to loneliness. With that, I hope that by using the medium, of animation, do I get to catch their attention online, especially with the saturation of generative AI and the overstimulating content on the internet. So here we go with ito na yung exciting part. So moving on to the production design. So here are some drafts, some sketches I've made on the way to Vinyl in 2022. So hindi pa ako fresh niyan. A world-building concept named Vivaria. And so I thought, oh, maybe I can use this for a project in the future. The narrative kind, such as webcomics, zines, or animated films, like the one you've seen around 5 minutes ago. For the next one, here we have the pegs. So as you can see here, oh my God. So as you can see here we have the top row for the characters, the middle row for the props, and the bottom row for the setting. For the characters, I use insects and anthropomorphic art by Red Slug and Sanota272, though I also referenced the dynamic I saw between the main characters from Sundown from the film by Goblan. For the props, I looked into a variety of unusual instruments, more on that later of course, though I also had to consider what an office setting for insects would look like mainly, and so I remembered that here in Southeast Asia we used to write on leaves and bamboo sticks with curvy letters like Thai, Basa Jawa, Khmer, and Baybayin actually came from that. And so lastly, for the backgrounds, I got inspired by these short films for the art style. If I can name one of them, if I can name them one by one, here we have The Cameraman's Revenge. I forgot that one, I'm sorry. And then Konabula, and then Bloodbound by Lele Huang. Under This Luminous Sky, I think, for the second one. Ayun! Anyways. Ayun. And also, I hope ay natatakpan nga pala siya. Okay, so and I also used the terrariums from where the thumbnail should be ganyan. The terrariums containing succulents inside as references for the location, the setting of the story. So now we move on to Simon, the main character. I thought that, okay, what would office workers look like in this world? So for white-collar workers and office employees, I was thinking tall, scrawny, and lanky, and I thought that the dragonfly species fit this description the best, and that's why he is a dragonfly. I use cool colors for his skin and clothes to indicate that, yeah, he might be feeling blue. Also, you might be wondering, I'm actually Simon's a damselfly. To which I say, yes, correct. Although damselflies and dragonflies are both to be in Tagalog. So therefore, I use the term dragonfly to keep things simple. So now onto the other main character, which is the harp. So Simon's harp is a made-up instrument based on the Egyptian shoulder harp, and I designed it in a way that piques curiosity. And how is that? So the silhouette is recognizably an instrument with strings, a neck, and a body, but the specific way in which it is played is unknown to the audience, so that they're on the same page as Simon, who's also learning the harp. So we move on to our secondary characters. Also, yeah, they had names during the production. All of them serve the role of representing the different reactions that people may have to a specific hobby. So, for instance, some people may be supportive of said hobby, like Lucille, as you can see right there. Most are indifferent but tolerant, like Emile, and others are not so receptive, like Arnaud. But for the special few, like Tonyo, like the green one over there, people who share the same interests can act as a gateway to finding a space, ayon, where others can truly belong. These characters are also loosely based on some of my classmates, particularly those from senior high, as an artsy student attending a science high school at the time. So for the extras and incidentals, I made characters with clothes inspired from plants, and with different species having a specific role in this made-up society. So bali, there's a societal caste system in play based on their species. I wanted to show the audience that yes, we may come from different backgrounds, but just like them in Tonyo's band, we can all unite through hobbies or common interests, regardless of current status. So, and now for the backgrounds, all these are drawn in Procreate. So, part 1 out of 3 is Simon's workplace, the office. Offices are usually seen in the media as bleak and monotonous. So in order to achieve that, I wanted this place to be drab, sterile, and geometric, so as to serve as one of the factors that exacerbate his loneliness. To convey that feeling visually, I desaturated the colors such that every employee looks the same to both Simon and the audience under those lighting conditions. Second in the list is Simon's bedroom, as you can see here. Similar to the office, there's still that feeling of loneliness, but of course it is different because it is Simon's safe space. So I intended it to be that way, dark, calming, and isolating. I used cool hues for this room, similar to his color palette, to show that he belongs there. Third is Simon's environment outside of those two. For the morning and afternoon scenes, I wanted them to feel inviting, realistic, and natural, with warm tones that would clash with Simon's colors to make him feel out of place. But those colors do get cooler as night approaches, giving a sense of calmness and belonging that Simon and the audience can feel at night. Of course, last but not the least, in production design, we move on to the sound design and film scoring made by, ayan, yours truly. so, So I arranged the two classical the classical compositions in there, Gavotte and Jete Vu, and composed Simon's Waltz, the original one, and synthesized the insect dialogue using GarageBand and Logic Pro, both softwares on my iPad. While the flying scenes in my head, imagine our OCAMV ganyan, I was inspired by Sarung Bangi and Waltz number 2, and was looking forward to use either one of them, but I couldn't find a satisfactory track all over the internet, so I thought, okay, gawa na lang ako. Ganyan. Simon's Waltz, similar to its inspirations, has a somber feeling at the start that gets lighter and more grandiose, then ultimately happy in the end. This thesis film was in production for 2 years, 3 including the drafts, so I faced challenges throughout the film, and these were the main 4. First up is the 10-minute runtime, which is way beyond the 3 to 5 minute recommendation. The character design, which made production exponentially harder. Heads up, guys, don't give all your characters 2 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of wings. Pressure from peers and teachers expecting my film to be good, leading to, burnout when I felt like I couldn't fulfill those expectations at one point. I am very relieved to have passed Unprod 2, but because of the severe burnout I had, it left me unable to enroll for thesis classes by the next term. To make things worse, my laptop had started to malfunction this August, So I was very distraught during the first few weeks of this term. Pero buti naman, I managed to pull through in the end. Ay, sorry. Buti naman I managed to pull through in the end, and now I'm here. Yeah, so. Wala. Ayun. Kinabahan ako. So, through those challenges, there were many words of wisdoms to share with y'all. But to speed things up, here's my advice to the children of the world. Ayan, may Cocomelon slide na kayo, guys. So, first up is to please learn your hotkeys. So guys, we have two hands for a reason. And so by developing the muscle memory to switch tools and control the program at your will, just like our lovely animation teachers, you will quite literally be animating, drawing, editing at the speed of thought. Next is to have multiple backups. You can never have too many backups like everyone else has told has said. So save as much as you can. Google Drive, Flash Drive, hard drive, cellphone ng kaibigan mo. Just make sure to keep track of which copy is the most updated one, of course. For this one, make that film uniquely yours. What do I mean by that? So make that film yours by implementing part of your creative self into your work. Whether it be sticking to your art/animation style, tapping into your personal niche like mine with insects, world building, and experimentation, or dedicating your work to a loved one. People will see your stuff and know that it was you. Because a part of your essence is woven into the film you've worked so hard for. Next up, just a heads up, please use this in moderation. If only you are at your lowest point and there's that one voice internally or otherwise, oh, you're gonna fail, you'll never amount to anything, you're not gonna make it. You can turn that pain into spite, like saying things to yourself like, oh, you're wrong, and I'm gonna prove to you that you're wrong just to spite you. Again, please guys, use this only in moderation. I've only included this because it helped me get through rough times during production. And lastly, kung hindi na talaga kaya, this one I learned at midnight in Ampro 2 when medyo TMI, I hyperventilated and broke down. It just so happened that my mom was sleeping in for the night here in Manila. So I cried to her about failing my thesis subject, to which she responded, okay lang yan, pwede pa namang humabol. As you can see here, you can always catch up. As someone who had the mistake of letting his achievements define their entire school life, Ma, thank you po sa inyo ni Napapa sa lahat ng tulong na binigay niyo sa akin. Sorry po kung hindi ako magiging doktor. Sorry kung wala po akong maipapakitang Latin honors. Wala na po kayong may pagmamalaki sa mga kamag-anak o kaibigan niyo. Hindi ko po masusuklian yung mga paghihirap niyo para sa akin, pero sana sa pag-present ko ngayon, maging proud po kayo sa akin. So, to conclude, oh my God, yung digital footprint ko. So to conclude, Simon and the Harp addresses a problem, mabiglang ganon, addresses a problem that still applies to today's society. Through the film, I can remind people, in spite of their loneliness, to try doing something new and keep doing what they love. I hope that this film will be the first of many meaningful films that I can get to create and share. So before I end my presentation, shout out po kina Mama and Papa, Ate Lenlen, Kuya Ken, Team JPEG, Group 1, Animotion, Yapi Barras, De La Furries, ID122, the animation faculty, and everyone who supported me throughout this entire journey. Yun lang po.
Oh my God. Okay, congrats, JD. Okay, ayan na, congrats. Top 1 ka, dear. Yan ang pagmamalaki natin ngayon, di ba? Ayan, ang dami na nakalinya, so buksan ko na kagad right now. So let's start with this side, please.
Congrats, JD! We are proud of you! I hope you're happy!
I hope you're happy now.
Pero yun, okay. Grabe, kagabi pinapanood ko yung film mo and amaze pa rin ako. Wala, ba't ako naiyak? Hindi, kasi like, magkasama tayo since like 2 years, tapos Hindi. Hindi 3 years old. Like, the half of my college, kasama ko kayo ni Gian, and gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa presence mo dahil, and presence niyo ni Gian kasi, like, super supportive niya sa akin, and I love na supportive tayo sa bawat isa, and kahit nauna si Gian, andito na tayo, and we all made it throughout yung hard times, and I am so proud of you. And naalala ko, sorry guys, ang haba, pero naalala ko palagi yung mga dinner natin sa Toot place kasi ginigigit na ako. Ayun, naalala ko lang yun, and like the other night we were just talking about, like, we were worrying about Toontalk, and now we're here, and ayun, like, super proud ako sa'yo, and I hope me, you, and Gian will get to create more films as Team JPEG, and ayun, I'm so excited for our career. Ayun, thank you, and wait, may bibigay kami.
Ay, okay.
May message din pala, sige.
Ay, okay.
Sino ba mauna?
Sige,
JD, hello.
Hi.
Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie. Yeah.
JD, vegetarian ka ba? Say yes.
Yes. Thank you po.
Hello.
Hi.
Tatarayan na naman ako nito. Wait lang.
Hindi. Promise hindi.
May message sa'yo si Gian kasi he can't make it. Kasi umuwi na siya kaagad. So,
Nasa Jensen na siya.
nakauwi na siya.
Wala, di ko rin eh.
I'm super proud they're able to get to this point, to talk, and to get to first place pa. Wow! Alam ko na you are great naman already. Tapos, pero even the music you composed yourself, like, grabe talaga. And I know yung journey mo rin is like, grabe rin just to get to this point. Kaya I'm really super happy and proud na after all of that, you were able to get this achievement. I hope you know na you deserve getting to this point. Congratulations, JD! Let's go! Let's go, Team JPG!
Team JPEG Sweet.
Ayan, tapos add ko lang na kahit i-doubt mo yung sarili mo, kasi sabi mo diba sa amin na akala mo wala kang maipagmamalaki sa pamilya mo kasi ayun, lumipat ka animation. But just so you know, I think for us naman ng mga animation students, I think Toontalk is much more valuable than Latin Honors. Kasi dyan napapakita yung paghihirap mo sa thesis. And I think as an animation student naman, lahat naman natin pinaghihirapan yung thesis. And palagi ko yung nakikita sa'yo kasi everyday nakikita kita sa school, gagawa ng thesis or kahit sa singkay. Ayun, kahit araw-araw na tayo dyan, minsan 12 a.m., 1 a.m. na uuwi. Ayun, so I hope na makita mo na yung efforts mo for staying up all those nights for almost 24/7 is sobrang, ano ba yan? is sobrang worth it. So, ayun, magbibigay lang muna kami ng flowers from Group 1. Yeah! Ayun.
Ano buhay mo? Wow!
Wait.
You are loved. You are loved. Oh my God!
Ano ba? Last na. 1, 2, 3, go.
Congrats, JD! Defying gravity!
Isa pa.
Basta defying gravity.
Hi JD, I might not be as close to you as other people, but that doesn't stop me to be very proud of your work. Truly, like, it's a wonderful animation, and like, I really like the message of like, hobby saves lives, and I wholeheartedly agree with this. I'm just gonna say some pinpoint some details that I really like because like for example this character speaking like with not with voices but like the sounds is very creative and fits them so well and this is just so cool and my question is like more related to the music aspect because like it's also an important part of it in the story.
Yeah.
First of all, the composition it did is it blew my mind because I'm a big fan of classical music and I thought that that was one of the OGs that the old people they like the like Eric Satie, Goscinny type of work. I thought that was like one of the old things. So when I saw your name under it, I was like, no way, this is really so good.
Thank you so much.
And so my question comes with when animating like playing instruments. I know your instrument is like made up as you said in your Toontalk.
Yeah.
How did you come up with it? Because you had not really like a precise reference for it, and I know it takes a lot of effort and attention to detail to do it so convincingly. So do you have any tips, like any your approach to it?
Like sound wise.
More like animation wise to make it like so feel so real, basically. Because I know that some in animations like people pay not that much attention to that aspect of it.
Just I don't know. How do I explain this? I don't know how to explain this. So I don't know. Just keep in mind of like I know, like the times when you have to actually focus on the music, like with the close-up shots. Like for example, with the with the scenes na naka-close up yung instruments. That's the point where I can like get away with animating the strings themselves, but for like further camera shots, like when they're dancing in there and there's a lot going on, maybe you can focus on like the timing of Simon's hands or Tonya's hands, like what I did in I mean your character's hands, of course, like what I did with my thesis film. So I can keep they don't have to be like really accurate, just like you don't have to be that accurate as long as the audience can see that it's on time, then you're on the right track now. Did I answer your question?
No, you did. Thank you so much. And may I ask like a quick one also regarding like the choice of pieces you pick, like Gavotte and Je te veux by Satya. Like any reasons behind? Like did you like them or the vibe?
Well, for the first one, I thought it's because it's I would say it's probably like easy to learn, especially the key of C, like what the Simon was doing. So that's what I use as like, oh, this is like the music that they would use to like convey na, oh, they're learning ABCs ganyan. And in cartoons that is, so I use Gavotte for that. And for Je te veux, I actually don't remember. I think I just like the song and how the intro was like a precursor to like, like, oh, what comes next, ganyan. Ayun, so I think, I can probably answer your question in more detail later, but for now, I'm just kind of overwhelmed.
Sure, no worries. Whatever. Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations. It's really good. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry guys, so I'm gonna cut off lang because time constraints. So I'll have here 2 people, then 1 people from this side. Parang ilang beses na siya nakapila. Sige na ka, sumama ka na. Okay, so again, 2 from this side and then 2 from this other side. So start the time from this side.
Hi!
Hi,
be. Nakaka-proud. Hold on, I'll take this off. As on behalf of Telesuck, as the cult leader, we could never be more proud of you. It did not occur to me in the first place, Kato. Pinag-explain nila kami sa akin in the first place. I did not mean like, oh, you're last. Is that best for last Falconer? And it's like, yes, kasi first place. Ay, oh my goodness. And like, I could never be more proud of you. Like, I have seen you literally cram this thesis every time nag-open ako dun sa niche.
So my
As like, as the morning shift person, it's 2 people nakita ko as my first customers, either ikaw or si Lloyd. Like, ayun, I say Wormy, okay, isang cold brew na may PWD discount.
Not this. Not the cameras.
And then like, after I make it, sits in the corner, magtatrabaho lang until he wants to go home to back to his apartment. And I could never be more proud because every time I'm determined mo magtrabaho, even if nag-gap ka for your thesis film, nakaka-proud kami and motivating to the point like even today we both have something to be proud about. And like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. And even like on behalf of all of us, we're so proud of you. I'm so glad you got to finish. Pwede ka na tayo mag-celebrate. I mean, I was like, basta yun. Also like, one comment ko lang, I like how you used fear above everything else as your motivator to finish because like, same. Do it scared, do it anxious, it's what I live with my life. So yes, I could never be more proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. JD. Hi, Gabby.
Ay, wala po. 6 seconds. Joke. Hindi, wala nang matatanong eh, kasi halos lahat ng tanong na, nasagot mo na dun sa presentation mo. Pero, so heartfelt advice na lang pwede ko mabigay sa'yo. And, message na. And, I just wanna say na, girl, ang galing mo! Honestly.
Thank you so much.
You deserve the world. You deserve to be proud. You deserve to say na, hindi, ako si JD and magaling akong animator. I've been here in Benil for a long time now. I've seen a lot of my batchmates and my friends move on without me from this chapter. And let me just say, like, I am very proud na naging kaibigan. Sorry, naiyak ako. I'm very proud that I got to meet someone like you. Especially na malapit na rin ako matapos sa journey ko sa Benil. You always inspire me. You always push me to do better. And JD, you can go beyond the distance talaga. Congrats! I love you.
Okay, questions muna.
Yes po.
Will you release your music on streaming platforms?
Should I?
Yes!
How? I don't know.
We'll deal with that later.
Oh yeah. We do have a friend that. Okay. Sige, maybe I can try. I can try asking him about it.
Another question. I'm just curious, why, out of all the animals that you can animate, why did you choose to draw bugs, and what inspired you to design them? Because I noticed that they didn't have any mouths and they were very expressive with their eyes. What made you come up with that?
Okay, so for the mouse, I don't like to lip sync. So, but for the bugs, I do remember kasi, one of my childhood memories is, like, mamumulot ng salaginto and salagubang, uwang, and other kinds of insects. Even tutubi ganyan. From places in our province, and so that is what I kind of use as an inspiration for my film. Ayan.
Compliments naman. First of all, congrats, JD. Congrats on getting here in Toontalk in first place pa on top of it. I am so proud and happy for you talaga. I've seen how much work you put into this thesis. Ilang beses nakikita kita sa cafe and you brought your laptop and your iPad to work on your thesis. That is how much love and dedication and work you put into this film. And I am so proud to finally see it. I'm so proud of you and I'm so happy for you. Ayun na, congrats. You deserve this. You deserve the world.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'll make this quick na lang kasi out of time na nga. Hi, JD. I'm so proud of you. I am so lucky to have met you and be your friend because you are such an inspiration, like the other said nga. Every time I see you, like I always see you're working on your thesis film. And even when I first saw what you were working on, I knew na pasok na sa Toontalk. Oh my God. And ayun, you're here, top one. I really love your film so much. Also, I'm just so impressed because you decided to go with animals and also you animated with 4 arms.
Please don't do that. Please don't copy what I do.
Ang galing talaga. So I just want to say you've become one of my biggest inspirations right now for my own journey as an artist. And I hope, as Gabi said, you are one of the best. I think you are once in a lifetime artist. So I think you should go the distance, submit your film, do film festivals, do everything. I know you will win. I believe in you.
Thank
so,
you so much.
yes, you're my inspiration. Thank you, JD.
Thank you, Matt.
Congrats na. John David is my youngest son. We're so proud of you. Always should. Kasi since nursery ka pa lang, sali po sa nursery, nakakuha ka na ng award. Tinalo mo pa yung talagang mga 4 years old, ikaw 3 years old ka lang, nakakuha ka na ng mga medal, maraming awards. Hanggang sa mag-senior ka, hanggang sa college, dami-dami mong awards na binigay sa amin sa medal. Hindi ko na nga ma-frame sa dami. We love you so much. Yung sinasabi mo, hindi ka namin, sobrang mahal ka namin. Nakita mo naman kung paano kita supportan sa kanil papa. Si Kuya, mahal na mahal ka nun. Gusto niya nga sumama, kaso yung dapat kong gagawin ngayon, sa kanya ko ipinagawa na. At kinancel ko yung matagal na nakaset na Christmas party today para sa'yo. Para sa'yo na. Gagawin ko lahat. Nakita mo nung nag-hang yung laptop mo. Madaling araw, nag-travel tayo to Manila. May kuha lang kita ng pang-backup ng laptop. Thank you po sa lahat ng mga friends niya. Na-touch po ako sa mga message niyo. Hindi ko alam na ganun siya kadaming friends dito. Kasi donor po siya talaga. Pero ngayon kung nalalaman ko pupunta siya ng cafe, nakasama ang mga friends, tuwang-tuwa po ako, masaya-masaya ako. We will support your dreams na kasama ng Papa, saka si Kuya, sila Ate Len, from Bataan, si Kuya ng Kenya. Hindi lang sila nakasama, yung iba eh. Kasi, di ba, kagabi mo lang sinabi sa amin. So, I love you so much. I love you. Actually, alam po niya na hindi po ako makakapunta talaga. Pero di pwedeng di ako magpupunta para sa iyo. Gagawin ko lahat. Love you na. Congrats. Thank you po sa lahat. Thank you for everybody.
Sorry, Martha.
Ang hirap maging host pala sa Toontalk. Ito pala yung challenge, hindi yung ano. Ay, oo nga, dapat pala may sponsor na t-shirt. Tama ka, James. Okay, thank you, JD. Do you have like final na message to everyone here? Lalo na parang buong ano pala to, room ng mga friends mo.
Guys, it's good to try new things. Yan lang po.
Perfect! Thank you so much, JD. And we're done. Let's clap again for our top one. Okay, I'm gonna stand up. Okay, so later naman we will see JD again later and everyone in the top 10. Yes. So, but first of all, of course, before we finish this off, this event, I would like to call on again for closing remarks. Siya na naman. Okay, our thesis coordinator and a faculty member of the Benilde Animation Program, Sir Yo.
Hello! Alright, so siguro acknowledge muna natin presence na ating chairperson. Sir Patrick is here, who will be giving the closing remarks. Hindi, joke lang. So, ayan. Okay, let me just check my notes. So, hindi ako ready. So, impromptu ulit itong speech natin. Pero, I will try. So, una, magpasalamat na lang muna tayo sa lahat. The event won't be possible, of course, without the students. Kasi yung paghihirap nyo ang sineselebrate natin dito, and your stories and your messages. Sir Gab and the Lab Center, maraming salamat for helping us and supporting us. Digital Film, thank you for lending us the cinema, digital film screening room for us to use. Hopefully in the future, magka-screening room ng animation program. Lab Center ulit for the equipments, maraming salamat. And of course, for the art market, GASO, hindi na sila GASO, ano na sila? LSU for letting us borrow the equipments. Of course, all the offices in Binil, di ko na babanggitin lahat. Ano nga yung sabihin kong sunod? Okay. Next is, we in the faculty would like to tell all the students that we are very, very, very proud of you. And iniisip ko nga madalas kung papipiliin ako to excel in the industry or to be a teacher, laging pag wala pang Toontalk, may burnout na feeling na sana nag-animate na lang ako. Parang ganun yung feeling. Pero pag dadating na yung Toontalk, if I'm gonna check your works, dadating yung point na kaya pala ako nagtuturo dahil dito. So you guys are our inspiration, and I hope you keep on inspiring other people with your works and with your projects. So now for yung isinulot ko dito, medyo boring siya pero tuloy na lang natin. So now that you're done with your projects, OJT na lang kulang nyo. At magiging katulad na namin kayo, artist na walang pera at gutom. De, joke lang. Artist in the industry. You will be part of the industry and you will be our colleagues na. Diba? Siguro some things to remember lang because it's easy to get lost in the industry. We all know the animation industry is a really toxic industry. Ayoko nang i-sugarcoat. Toxic talaga siya. It's just that. Pero there are things that we can do to make the toxicity less and to navigate through that toxicity. So please always remember, being in the industry has a lot of, kumbaga following lang, troubleshooting, designing. It's not about your work, it's about the clients, it's about your office's work. Parang ganun lumalabas. But there is something that you can control, and that is your personal art. So personal art is your power, your message, your story, you're in control. Use that platform to speak the truth, and to speak your message, and to tell your message. But please don't focus too much on perfecting things. Walang namamatay sa pangit na animation, as Sir Dennis always say. At walang pangit na animation sa kwentong may saysay at makabuluhan. Tell stories that promote social justice. Now, number 2, always focus on the now and achievements will come after. What's important is you're trying to become a good person, doing the right things. Mas maganda ang may kahinaan pero marunong makisama kaysa sa makapangyarihan pero walang kaibigan. And then of course, the third one is always remember to rest, press pause, live life, socialize, and always remember that a perfectly balanced life is also an achievement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sergio. But that doesn't end our program. We will be having our awarding ceremony. Yes. So, okay, inviting back Sergio to announce the names.
Okay, so we will award the certificate of recognition. Pwede ba naming maanyayahan ng ating chairperson siguro to Gina? Damay-damay tayo dito. Ayan, so basahin ko lang yung certificate. So, certificate of recognition, this certificate is awarded to the person for being selected as one of the top 10 shortlisted works in Toontalk in recognition of outstanding creativity, storytelling, and artistic excellence. Your work stood out among numerous submissions and exemplifies the spirit of visual storytelling celebrated by Toontalk. Awarded this first term Academic year 2025-2026 at De La Salle College of St. Benilde, signed by Sir Patrick Castilla, our chairperson, and of course me, your capstone coordinator. So, let's call on Castillo Francis May. Si May, yan. Dapat may graduation music pala tayo. Ating graduation music. Yan, crowd na lang. Yan. Ay, picture pala. Picture. Photo. Neil, photo, please. Ayun siya, ano. Photo. Yung ano na lang, Toontalk. Yan. Wait lang, palitan ko lang. Isa pa daw. Alright, next is De Leon Pauline Ann. Parehas lahat, no?
Workout yan, sir. Workout.
Next, Rhodes Amanda K. Woo! Gusto ko yung naka-lunch lahat ng picture natin. Sige. Next, Adriano Sofia Renee. Split. Split? Oh, handstand naman, handstand.
Wow, pababa talaga.
O itong next, hindi kayo yuko. Rio Males de Bolli. Kasing tangkad mo yan. Next up is Garcia Andre Patrick.
Yes.
Let's go. Alright, let's pause for Valdez, Kim, Ezra, Josh. Press pause. Ang baba na. Next is Yumul Ashley Love.
Nag-expect. Baba daw.
Next, Udulio Sofia Theodora. Congrats. Next up, Ledesma Tiffany Stofu. At hindi pahuhuli ang lahat ng ating pinakamalakas ngayong term, di ba? Bruna John Dave!
Nakakapagod ata yan ako. Pag hindi nakuha yan, ha?
Andali ha, hindi ako sure. Tipan! Wala po! Isa ba?
1, 2, 3.
Alright, so yung lahat ng ating Toontalkers, please come on stage for a picture with our chairperson. Sabi ko mag-abot ka lang eh.
Pinamuso mo yung spot eh.
guys, that's a wrap for Toontalk 2025. Thank you so much for attending. Again, I am your host, Martha, and hopefully ako naman susunod. Ay!